Hello friends, welcome back. Today we are going to solve the GATE 2024 Architecture and Planning question paper, and I'm going to tell you about how you could have achieved confirm 65 plus score in your GATE 2024 Architecture and Planning question paper with the help of both the Architects Guidebook for Competitive Exams Set 1 and Set 2. We are going to do the analysis of entire question paper. We are going to solve the general aptitude section, part A, common and compulsory portion, part B1 containing the architecture related question, and part B2 planning related questions. Now I am going to show you the table in which I have compared the number of questions which were directly related to the information which was readily available in the set 1 containing the solved question paper of previous years, and the set 2 in which I have covered the entire syllabus of your GATE Architecture and Planning exam. This table shows the first portion is your general aptitude section, in which first 5 questions carry 1 mark each, followed by the next 5 questions carrying 2 marks each. Total weightage for your general aptitude section is 15 marks. From question number 11 to question number 49 is your common and compulsory section. This section is compulsory for both architecture and planning students. So in a way I can say that general aptitude and first common and compulsory section, both these sections are common for architecture and planning students. From question number 11 to question number 28, these questions, first 28 questions carry 1 mark each, followed by the remaining question carry 2 marks each. So if you compare question number 11 to 49, here I have mentioned RA. This RA I am giving the reference as the reference was available in either in set 1 or set 2. So I have just included 1 mark for this question. Similarly, for the remaining question, here if it was a 2 mark question, then the theory was available related to this question. This I am going to tell you while we are solving those particular sections. So if you add these figures, add these numbers from this question number 12 to 25, this total is 12. Similarly, from question number 26 to 49 on this table, the sum is 37. So this A plus B, which is equal to 49, 12 plus 37 equal to 49. Then the next, which is choice based section, which is part B1 containing the architecture related questions. From question 50 to 65, the questions are related to only architecture, and this is part B2, that is from question number 66 to your question number 81. These are planning related questions. Again, if you compare the questions in architecture portion from question 50 to 65, I have found that around 17 marks you could have easily achieved just by referring just if you have read the information, or if you have carefully done the revisions of the previous year question paper from the set 1, and if you have gone through the theory which was covered in the set 2. Similarly, for the planning related part, achieving 21 marks was not difficult task, because the references or the information was readily available in both these guidebooks. So what I want to say here is the possible score in GATE 2024 paper. I have not included the general aptitude score here, which is carrying total 15 marks weightage. So if you just add A plus B plus C, that is this 12 plus 37 plus this C portion. If imagine or consider that you are an architecture related you are an architecture student, you have solved the common section, common and compulsory section, part A, and the part B1 containing the architecture related questions, then A plus B plus C, which is total 66 marks, right? And on the other hand, if you are a planning student and if you have selected common and compulsory and then your choice based section, that is B2, then A plus B plus D, the sum is 70 marks. So overall, I want to say, just by doing the multiple revisions, or just if you have carefully done the study from both these two guidebooks, then achieving confirm 65 plus score was not a difficult task. Then the next thing which I'm going to share is, if you see the result of GATE 2024 Architecture and Planning paper, the score of All India rank 1 candidate is 77. So here I have not included the general aptitude section score. So just if you add, let's say 7 or 8 marks, if you could have achieved in the general aptitude section, then you could have crossed the score of 70 also. So we are going to do this thorough analysis. We are going to solve each and every question, and this table you will get to know in the remaining video lecture. So let's start first from the general aptitude section. The first portion, general aptitude section, carrying 15 marks each, 15 marks. Your first 5 questions carry 1 mark each. There is a negative marking of 1/3 for each wrong answer. Question number 1 is, if the arrow denotes increasing order of intensity, then the meaning of the words sick is to infirm is to moribund is analogous to silly is to question mark is to dash. You have to select the appropriate option to fill the blank in the question, and the option given are from, pon, when and when. In the last 2 options, there is a difference of only one letter, that is E and A. You have to select the suitable option from these 4 given options. So if you look at the meaning of the words, you know, infirm means not physically or mentally strong, whereas the stage of moribund is at the point of death, right? In the next portion, daft means silly or foolish. Now, if you look at the meaning of the options, the frown is an expression of displeasure, whereas fawn, it means a young deer. The first option, when, that is C, it means like something or similar. And the last option, T, when, it stands for unsuccessful or of no value. We often use all goes in when. So here, the correct suitable option is option D. You could have achieved 1 mark in this particular question. The next question is, the 15 parts of this adjacent figure are to be painted such that no 2 adjacent parts with shared boundaries have the same colors. And they have mentioned excluding corners. That means the parts can be colored in such a way that they can share the corners, right? So for example, if you have painted with red color, and you can paint this part with the red color or any other color, that means they can share this corner, but you cannot use the same color for these 2 parts because they will share this boundary, right? So what is the question? The minimum number of colors required is how much? 4, 3, 5 or 6? Let's start solving the question. Now we will start the coloring of this object from this cylinder portion, that is from this center circle. Now, because this each part is sharing boundary with the remaining one, we have to use 3 different colors, right? For example, if I have painted this part with color 1, then I have to use color 2 and color 3. Wherein if you observe that 2 parts of this circle, they share the boundary with these 2 parts of the outer square, right? Whereas this third part, it share the boundaries with the 3 parts of this square. So if you cannot use only 3 colors, because if you use color 1, color 2 here, color 3 here, and if you use color 1, 2, 3, and if you again use color 1, then these 2 parts will be adjacent to each other and they will share the boundary. So which is not the condition given in the question. So that means that 3 colors are not sufficient. So option B is incorrect, right? Now, as I explained earlier, I have used color 1, 2 and 3 for this center circle, and then I have used 4 different colors in this way such that they are not sharing the boundaries. Color 1 I have used here, color 2, 3 and 4, like that. Now, The remaining 8 parts, for example, we have to use some different color for here, and I can use the color 2 here because it is not sharing boundary, and sharing the corner is allowable as per the question. So remaining the 8 parts, we can color it by using these 4 colors only. How? For example, as I said, I can use the color 2 here, I can use the color 2 here, color 3 and 3 on both the side parts, and color 4 and color 1 on the diagonal parts. So I can color this entire diagram or this entire figure only by using 4 colors and fulfilling the condition that no two adjacent parts are sharing the boundaries. They can share the corners, but they are not sharing the boundaries. So minimum 4 colors required to paint this figure are 4. So total 2 marks you could have achieved till this question number 2. The next general aptitude question, the easy one, question 3 is, how many 4-digit positive integers divisible by 3 can be formed using only the digits 1, 3, 4, 6, 7. This is the set of digits given in the question, such that no digit appears more than once in a number. The option given are 24, 48, 72 and 12. We have to find out how many different ways we can arrange the numbers such that that number will be divisible by 3. Now, simple, as we know the divisibility rule of 3. The rule says a number is said to be divisible by 3 if the sum of all the digits of the number is divisible by 3. Now, if you look at the set of numbers given in the problem 1, 3, 4, 6, 7, the addition of all 5 numbers is 21. What will be the, let's say, the least total if we select the first 4 numbers, because they are given in the increasing order? 1 plus 3 plus 4 plus 6, the sum will be 14. This 1 plus 3 4, 4 plus 4 8, 8 plus 6 14, right? And the maximum total, by selecting the remaining 4 numbers, that is 3 plus 4 7, 7 plus 6 13 and 13 plus 7, which will be 20. So the range of total is between 14 to 20. Now, if we want the number divisible by 3, the sum should be in between these two range, and which is divisible by 3, right? So in between 14 to 20, the numbers which are divisible by 3 are 15 and 18, right? So here in the given set of 5 digits, the sum of 4 digits which is divisible by 3 is possible only in 2 cases, like as I said 15 and 20. So you can arrange only by these 2 ways, by selecting 1 plus 3 plus 4 plus 7, the sum will be 15, and the second will be 7 plus 6 plus 4 plus 1, the sum will be 18. Now you have to select, or you have to arrange these 4 numbers 1, 3, 4, 7 and 7, 6, 4, 1, such that because the addition will be divisible by 3, so you have to just arrange these 4 numbers in the 2 cases. So the 4 digits out of these 1, 3, 4, 7, they can be selected by 4 factorial ways, and similarly these 4 digits 7, 6, 4, 1, they can be selected by 4 factorial ways. So in a way, the total 4-digit positive integers which will be divisible by 3, it can be formed by 4 factorial plus 4 factorial ways. So 4 factorial, it will be 4 into 3 into 2 into 1, that means 24. This 24 plus 24, which will be equal to 48. So your answer, the correct answer here is option B. You could have achieved 1 more marks. So your total score till this portion or till this particular question will be 3. The next question, question 4 is the sum of following infinite series is which of the given options? And the infinite series given is 2 plus 1 by 2 plus 1 by 3 plus 1 by 4 plus 1 by 8 plus 1 by 9 1 by 16 plus 1 by 27 plus so on. So this is the infinite series. Now if you look at this infinite series carefully, you will observe that there are two infinite series given in this particular question. Which are they? See here, 1 by 2, then it is given 1 by 4, then 1 by 8, 1 by 16. So here the denominator is increasing by 2 times than the previous one. And the other infinite series is 1 by 3, then 1 by 9, and then 1 by 27, wherein the denominator is 3 times of the previous denominator. So let's call this first series as S1, this series 1, which is 1 by 2 plus 1 by 4 plus 1 by 8 plus 1 by 16. And the second series we will name at 1 by as S2, which will be 1 by 3 plus 1 by 9 plus 1 by 27, so on. So if we multiply this series 1 by 2, we will get 2S1 plus 2 into 1 half, which will be 1, plus 2 into 1 by 4, which will be 1 half, 2 into 1 by 8 will be 1 by 4 plus 1 by 8, so on. So here we can write it, because if you observe this 1 by 2 plus 1 by 4 plus 1 by 8, it is again the same series which we have just assume as series 1. So in a way we can write that 2S1 equal to 1 plus this S1, right? 1 plus S1. So 2S1 minus S1 will be S1, and which will be, that means S1 will be 1, right? So this will be our equation 3. Similarly, we can multiply this series 2 by 3, we will get 3S2. Here we will get 3S2 equal to 3 into 1 by 3, which will be 1, plus 1 by 3 plus 1 by 9 plus 1 by 27. As we have done for the previous series, here again you can observe that this 1 by 3 plus 1 by 9 plus 1 by 27, this is series 2. So we can also write 3S2 equal to 1 plus S2. Now simply solve this equation. S2 will be, that means 3S2 minus S2 will be 1. So the value of S2 we will get will be 1 half. So the infinite series given in the problem, we can also write it as 2 plus this S1 series, and the value we got here as 1. That is, first we will write as 2 plus S1 plus S2, right? Because there are two infinite series, and we will put the values of S1 and S2 from this equation 3 and 4 here in this. So this series, the value will be 2 plus S1, the value of S1 is 1, plus the value of S2 is 1 half. So the total will be 2 plus 3, 2 plus 1, 3 plus 1 half, that is 3.5, or in a way we can write as 7 by 2, right? So the correct option here is option B. So one more mark we could have achieved here for this question. So total score till this general aptitude question number 4 will be 4. The next question, question 5, is in an election, the share of valid votes received by the 4 candidates A, B, C and D is represented by the adjacent pie chart. The total number of votes cast in the election were 1,15,000, out of which 5,000 were invalid. Based on the data provided, the total number of valid votes received by the candidates B and C is which of the following given options? So the percentage of valid votes received by A, B, C and D candidate are given in this pie chart, and you have to calculate the actual number of valid votes from this percentage. So let's solve this question. Very easy to solve, 1 mark question. Total number of votes cast as per the data provided is 1,15,000, out of which total invalid votes were 5,000. So we can calculate that total net valid votes were 1,10,000. Now we have to just distribute these 1,10,000 votes in the among the candidates based on the percentage given in the pie chart. So we'll tabulate the information. A has received 40% vote, B received 25%, C 20%, and D 15% as per the pie chart. So 40% of 1,10,000 will be 44,000. Similarly, you can calculate the actual number of valid votes received by B, C, and D. Now, what they are asking in the question, total number of valid votes received by the candidates B and C. So simply you need to add 27,500 plus 22,000. So the total will be 49,500. So your option B is the correct one. This was 1 mark question. So till this question you have scored 5 marks. From question 6 onwards, from question 6 to 10, these 5 questions carry 2 marks each. There is a negative marking of 2/3 now for each wrong answer. Question 6 is, thousands of years ago, some people began dairy farming. This coincided with a number of mutations in a particular gene that resulted in these people developing the ability to digest dairy milk. Based on the given passage, which of the following can be inferred? Now, these kind of questions are generally asked every year, that which of the following is correct, which of the following we cannot predict from the passage. So you always carefully underline the important word. For example, here some people, right? Some people, there is not a surety that 100% population they are able to digest the dairy milk. The dairy milk. So based on this given passage, we have to identify which one of the following given option is, we can say, is 100% correct. Option A says all human beings can digest dairy milk. Now here in the first sentence itself, they have mentioned thousands of years ago, some people began dairy farming, and at the same time, this has coincided with the number of mutations in those people, and they are able to digest the dairy milk. So we cannot say that all human beings can digest the dairy milk. Option B is exactly opposite to option A, in which they are saying no human being can digest the dairy milk. Even we cannot predict the exactly opposite situation. So option B is also the incorrect one. Option C says digestion of dairy milk is essential for human beings. Now this is also the incorrect one. We cannot say with a surety that digestion of dairy milk is essential. Totally irrelevant option C is. Option D says in human beings, digestion of dairy milk resulted from a mutated gene. Yes, we can infer, we can take out this conclusion from the passage given that in human beings, digestion of dairy milk, this has resulted because of there was a mutation in gene, as the information provided in the passage given above. So here option D is the correct one. I don't think it was difficult to select this option. So 2 mark question, very easy to solve. So till 2 more marks till this question will be added. So total score till this question 6 will be 7. Question 7 is, the probability of a boy or a girl being born is 1/2. For a family having only 3 children, what is the probability of having 2 girls and 1 boy? Options are 3/8, 1/8, 1/4, and 1/2. So what is the formula of the probability? The formula for the probability of an event is, for example, probability of event A is number of favorable outcomes divided by the total number of events in the sample space. Or we can write probability of A equal to NA upon NS. Now here, the number of favorable outcomes, that means it is the number of ways we can arrange 2 girls out of 3 children. Now how we can arrange, for example, there or here it is mentioned that there are 3 children, and how many ways we can arrange 2 girls in those 3 children. For example, first 2 babies are girl babies and then the boy baby. Then first is the girl baby, then boy baby and girl. And the last one is the exactly reverse of the first order, that is First is the boy, then girl and girl. So only these three ways we can arrange two girls and one boy in this arrangement. On the other hand, what are the total number of possible events in this situation? Two more events will get added. For example, there is a possibility that all three children are girls and the other one is all three children are boys, right? Then the possibility is as per the event we have just mentioned here, that is first two are the girl babies, then boy, then again girl boy girl, then boy girl girl, and now the reverse thing, that there are two boys and one girl, right? So these three outcomes shows there are two boys and one girl. So boy boy and girl, then boy girl boy, girl boy and boy. So total number of possible events in this condition are 8. So simply the probability will be 3 by 8, right? So here the correct option is option A. 2-mark question, very easy to solve. So total score till this question will be 9. Question 8 is person 1 and person 2 invest in 3 mutual funds A, B and C. It is given in the table. The amounts they invest in each of these mutual funds are given in the adjacent table. At the end of 1 year, the total amount that person 1 gets is rupees 500 more than person 2. Please underline this sentence. The annual rate of return for the mutual fund B and C is 15% each. What is the annual rate of return for the mutual fund A? Simple question, just solve this question by putting all the values given in the question in the tabular format. So first one, as I said, you have to underline this sentence, that at the end of 1 year, the total amount that person 1 gets is rupees 500 more than person 2. So we will just assume that person 2 gets rupees X returns at the end of 1 year. So what does that mean? That means that person 1 gets rupees X plus 500, right? As per the condition given in the question. Now, assume that the annual rate of return for the mutual fund A, for which we have to identify the value, we will assume that the annual rate of return for this mutual fund A is Y%. Now, we will put all these three values in the table which has been provided in the question. So simply we will write person A, mutual fund A, B and C. Then the investment of person 1 is rupees 10,000, then rupees 20,000 in mutual fund B and rupees 20,000 in mutual fund C. Annual rate of return. Here we have assumed the annual rate of return for mutual fund A as Y%. We will write it as it is. Mutual fund B, they have mentioned in the question, for both mutual fund B and C, the annual rate of return is 15%. So the net return for the mutual fund A at the end of 1 year, we'll simply write that it is Y% of rupees 10,000. We don't know what is the value of Y. We have to actually calculate the value. Here it will be 15% of 20,000. So it will be rupees 3,000. Similarly here it will be also rupees 3,000. So here the total return for total return person 1 gets at the end of 1 year will be this Y% of rupees 10,000 plus rupees 6,000. The addition of this to 3,000, I have written just as rupees 6,000 here. Similarly, we will calculate for person 2 also. We'll write the values as I said for person 1. Similarly, here we will write the investment in mutual fund A is rupees 20,000, then 15,000 and 15,000 each in both the mutual funds B and C. Here we have assumed Y%, the annual rate of return. Here they have mentioned 15% each. So similarly, we will calculate as we just calculated for person 1. So here the net return will be Y% of rupees 20,000. For here for mutual fund B, it will be 15% of rupees 15,000. It will be rupees 2,000 and 250, and for mutual fund C, the same value. Here the total return will be y% of rupees 20,000 plus the addition of both these two figures, which will be rupees 4,500. Now we will put both these value in the equation 1 and 2. Right? From equation 1 and 4, we have assumed that person 2 gets rupees x returns, right? X returns at the end of 1 year, and in equation 4 we have identified total return. So it means that x equal to y% of rupees 20,000 plus rupees 4,500. We'll put the value of we will compare equation 2 and 3 here, that is x plus rupees 500, which is the return person 1 gets at the end of 1 year, and it is equal to y% of rupees 10,000 plus rupees 6,000. So here this rupees 500, it goes here, so it means x equal to rupees x equal to y% of rupees 10,000 plus rupees 5,500. So here we can compare both the values, x equal to y% of rupees 20,000 plus rupees 4,500 and x equal to y% of rupees 10,000 plus rupees 5,500. So it means that y% of rupees 20,000 plus rupees 4,500 is equal to y% of rupees 10,000 plus rupees 5,500. I have just skipped the steps in between. I am directly writing 20,000 minus 10,000 will be 10,000. So y% of rupees 10,000 will be this 5,500 minus 4,500, which will be equal to 1,000. So y% of rupees 10,000 equal to rupees 1,000. Now how many percent of rupees 10,000 is equal to 1,000? It is 10%, right? So the value of y will be 10%. So which is the final answer we have just calculated here. So the annual rate of return, which we have just assumed as y in our assumption, which is the annual rate of return for mutual fund A. So here the correct answer is option B, 10%, and we will get 2 more marks for this question. So total score till this 8th question will be 11. Question 9 is, 3 different views of a dais are shown in the adjacent figure. The piece of paper that can be folded to make this dais is which of the given 4 options? The first thing in this question which we can do for identifying the correct suitable option is, we will first see which are the incorrect options. Okay, so if you concentrate on the first view, which showing number 5, 1 and 4, the sides are sharing one corner, right? 5, 1 and 4 are sharing one corner. So if you see in question number in option A and B, 5, 1 and 4, they are sharing one corner. So option A and B is correct. Similarly, in option D, they are showing 5, 1 and 4 arrangements which are sharing one corner. So A, B, C, my mistake, A, B, D are the correct one. Wherein option C shows 5, 1 and 3 arrangement. Here, so it means that it is totally incorrect one, because this will not fulfill the condition as shown in the first view. Okay, so C is the incorrect one. The second thing you can concentrate that the number which is opposite to this 5, right? So in both option A and B, they are showing the number which will be opposite to 5 will be 3. Number opposite to 5 will be 3. And in the D option, they are showing the number opposite to 5 will be 2. The number opposite to 5 will be 2. But if you look at the third view of the dais, they are showing the number which is adjacent to 5 is 2. So 2 cannot be on the opposite side, right? 2 cannot be on the opposite side. If you fold this particular view or this particular piece of paper, the number which will be opposite to 5 will be 2, but it is against this condition which is given in the third view. So option D is also the incorrect one. Now we have to identify which is the correct suitable one among option A and option B. So let's find out this correct suitable option. In the first view of dice, three numbers are not visible. Which are they? 2 is not visible, then 3 is not visible, and 6 is not visible. Similarly, in the third view, the numbers which are not visible are 1, 3, and 4. Right? Now, we will assume that in the first view, the number opposite to this number 1, it can be either 6, it can be 3, or it can be 2. Right? There are three possibilities. Either this number on the opposite side of 1 will be either 6, 3, or 2. Let us first assume that the number is 6, right? The number opposite to 1 is 6. Then, as per the third view, the number opposite to 6, this one is 6. So that in the third view, number 1 will be here, right? And the number adjacent to 5, the number on the adjacent side of 5 is 4 as per the first view. So 4 will go here on the bottom side. So the number opposite to 2 is 4. So as per the first view, the number on the right hand side of number 1 will be 2. Right? So the same thing I have mentioned here. So as per the third view, the where number 2, 6, and 5 are on the adjacent faces, the number on the opposite side of 2 must be 4. Thus, in the first view, the only remaining number 3, the only number remaining 3, which must be opposite to this 5. And this assumption is correct if you compare it with this second view, wherein they are showing 3, 6, and 4. They are sharing one corner, this corner. Right? So that means our assumption is correct, and it means that even if you look at option A given here, which showing 4 and 6 are adjacent to each other. 4 and 6, they are adjacent to each other, and which is not given in question B. So in option B. So this option B is also the incorrect one. So the only suitable option here is option A. So 2 marks more we will get here. So total score till this question will be 13. The last general aptitude section is based on your visualization capacity. Question 10 says, visualize two identical right circular cones such that one is inverted over the other and they share a common circular base. You have to just draw two identical right circular cones which are sharing this common circular base, and they are saying if a cutting plane passes through the vertices of the assembled cones, what shape does the outer body of the resulting cross section make? Whether it is a rhombus, whether it is a triangle, whether it is an ellipse, or it is a hexagon, we have to identify the correct suitable option. Now, if you draw, the figure will be something like this. I have drawn first right circular cone PQ and PQR, and the other one is Q, U, and R, and T and S are the common points both these right circular cones are sharing. So the condition they have mentioned, if a cutting plane passes through the vertices of the assembled cones, that means it is passing through this the height, and it is also cutting the common circular base into two equal parts. So if we cut the plane, so then the figure will something look like this, right? Wherein I have just taken these 2 points as the common 2 points on the diameter of this right circular cone. So the figure will be like this: P, T, U, and S. Now this figure, it is not a triangle, it is not an ellipse, it is not a hexagon, it is a rhombus. Now why it is rhombus? Because the properties, as we know of the rhombus, that all sides of the rhombus are equal, which is the slanted height of this of these two identical right circular cones. The opposite sides of rhombus are parallel. The opposite sides are parallel to each other, these two sides. Opposite angles of a rhombus are equal. The opposite angles, they are equal. Then in rhombus, diagonal bisect each other at right angles, right? These diagonals, they are bisecting each other at the right angles, and diagonals bisect the angles of rhombus also. These diagonals, they are also dividing these angles into two equal angles. So easy one, not a difficult question. So here the correct option will be option A, rhombus. 2 more marks you could have achieved here. So total score till this question or till your general aptitude section, you could have achieved 15 marks. So I don't think general aptitude section was that much difficult. But as I said in the first analysis, I have not included full 15 marks for this general aptitude question. Of course, it may vary depending upon the candidate's analytical ability as well as how many formulas he knows for solving this general aptitude question. Now onwards, we will solve the common and compulsory portion, part A. This part A is common and compulsory for both architecture and planning students. Total weightage is maximum for this particular part A, carrying total weightage of 60 marks. The questions may be of multiple choice question, multiple select question, wherein more than one option are correct and you have to select all those correct options to get full marks. If you select only one correct option and if there are two options correct, you won't get partial marking. I have already explained this for the previous year also. And the third type is numerical answer type question. Of course, there is a negative marking of 1/3 for multiple choice question. There is no negative marking for the remaining two, that is multiple select question and numerical answer type question. So question 11 to 28, these 18 questions are for 1 mark each. The first question for this is, the nature of curvature of the adjacent structural form is which of the following? This figure was given in the question paper and we have to select which is the correct option this figure is showing. Either it is a monoclastic structure, synclastic structure, anticlastic or Mobius structure. Now the question is based upon your section of building structures. These three are the types of shell structures, and the option D, Mobius, it is not a shell structure. It is just a surface without any boundaries, or it looks like an infinite loop. Now what is Mobius? If you take just a simple strip of rectangular paper and instead of joining its sides on each other, if you twist one of the sides like this and keep it on the other end, you can see that this rectangular strip is forming a single side surface without any boundary, right? So this is called as a Mobius strip. This is called a Mobius strip. So definitely option D is the incorrect one, and we have to select the suitable option from option A, B and C. So let's discuss about what are these types of shell structures one by one. First one is monoclastic surface or monoclastic structure. Now these surfaces, monoclastic surface, they are with zero Gaussian curvatures. Now what is Gaussian curvature? This is a semicircular curve and this is the tangent. If I pull this tangent towards outside, it will be the positive Gaussian curvature, and I push this downwards, it shows the negative Gaussian curvature. Now for this monoclastic structure, there are no distinguishing axial and radial curves, and all fibers they are inclined similarly in this structure. For example, on your screen you can see that there is one simple this semicircular angle. aeroplane hangar is there. So this is the type of monoclastic structure. The next one is synclastic structure. Now, what is the difference? This synclastic surface, it is a monoshell with axial and radial curves. For example, if you see a simple dome type structures, it has the axial and radial curves, and either it is a concave or the convex one. For example, a concave simple dome structure, as you can see on your screen, this is the type of your synclastic surface having the concave radial curve. On the other hand, if you take the inverted umbrella structure, it is also a synclastic surface or a synclastic structure, but having the convex radial curve. The third one is anticlastic structure. Now, this is defined as it is also a monoshell in which your axial and radial curves, they are oriented in opposite direction. For example, here this is your radial curve and this is your axial curve. Now both are in the opposite direction. One is having the positive Gaussian curvature and one is having the negative Gaussian curvature. So these anticlastic surfaces have the inverse curvature, which are, just I have explained, which are defined by minimum 4 points. Now which are they? For example, I have given 3 points here, these 2 endpoints of the curve, and I have provided the height. Then third point I have provided here in between, like how the curve, this curve will pass through these points, and this is the end point, which is again at a different height. So if you draw this curve following this path, wherein I have provided minimum 4 points, so it will form your anticlastic structure. So the example for this anticlastic structure is one of the museum designed by Santiago Calatrava. So if you take this section of this particular museum, it will be in this shape, right, wherein your radial and axial curves, they are in the opposite direction. As I said in the beginning, Mobius, this is totally the incorrect option, because it is not any type of structure. It is just a rectangular strip, and we can form this Mobius strip by joining its end by twisting its side. So here the correct suitable option is option C, anticlastic structure. There was no reference available in the previous year question paper, or I have not covered the theory for this particular type of shell structures, but you can add this in your information. So I have not included 1 mark for this. If you can go back again to the previous portion wherein I have provided the table in which I said the references were available for those particular questions. So I have not included this particular 1 mark. So we'll directly jump for the next question. For the remaining question, for the questions which we are going to discuss further, I would suggest you to keep both the guidebooks next to you, because whenever I am going to refer some previous year question paper, you can pause the video and you can actually see that where was the reference available, and you could have readily, or you could have easily solved the question from this GATE 2024 question paper by referring those earlier year information, or in other hand, the reference was readily available in the theory book in the set 2 of Acoustics guidebook. So let's discuss the next question, question 12. For the Ekistics logarithmic scale, the world city is referred as. The options are megalopolis, conurbation, acropolis, ecumenopolis. Now, the question related to this particular term, Ekistics, which has been derived by Doxiades, the question related to this term was earlier asked multiple times. It was asked and also explained in GATE 2010, 2008, 2007, 6, 4, 2001, as well as it was asked in the recruitment exam of UPSC-CPWD 2015 and ISRO 2019. So this table was provided already in one of the explanation for this past year question paper. So here you can see in the 4 options, Acropolis is definitely the incorrect one, because it is the type of Greek structure. Conurbation is also the incorrect one because this term was never included by Doxiadis in the classification of settlement. This megalopolis and econopolis, these were two terms which he has included. But if you see the table which was already given in one of the explanation, you can see that his classification starts from anthropos, wherein the population scale is only a human, one single human being, and it is the smallest unit of measurement which he has included a single person or a man, and it goes on increasing right after anthropos, room including 2 people, then house consisting of 5 people, house group of hamlet he has considered the population of 40, and so on. It goes on increasing till ecomenopolis, wherein he has considered the population of 50,000 million or 50 billion. That means the largest unit of classification of settlement is the entire earth. So here the world city he has referred as ecomenopolis. So here the correct option is option D. The reference was readily available. You could have achieved one marks here. So we have included 15 marks for general aptitude section and plus one more mark here. So total score till your question 12 will be 16 marks. Question 13 is, in Mansara Shilpa Shastra, a bow-shaped town plan is known as Dandaka, Prastara, Karmukha or Nandyavarta. So the question based on this particular information or this particular type was asked multiple times in previous years. It was asked in GATE 2013, question 7, 2016, question 29, ISRO 2015 at question 22, GATE 1997 at question 27. Now, as I said previously, you can pause the video and go through these previous year questions from your set 1. So let's take the example that wherein I have provided the information. If you refer question 7 of GATE 2013, in which the question was, the urban form of Srirangam town in Tamil Nadu refers to. Here the correct option was Sarvotobhadra, but in that particular question, in the explanation, I have provided the explanation related to all the urban forms, right? So in that particular explanation, you can see that in Karmukha, I have provided this explanation that this plan is suitable for the place where the site of the town is in the form of a bow or a semicircular or a parabolic shape, and this is mostly applied on the for the towns which are located on the seashore or the river banks. Now the question related to this second line, that it is suitable for the towns located near the seashore or near the river banks, was also previously asked in one of the previous year question paper. For example, here if you refer question 27 of GATE 1997, the question was, type of village should be built on a bank of river or sea as per architecture of Mansara is. Here again the correct option was Karmukha. Option B was the suitable one for that particular question. So here for question 13, I think answering the correct option was not the difficult one if you have referred the information which was available in your previous year question paper in the set 1. So one more mark you could have achieved here. So total score till this question 13 will be 17. The next question, question 14 is, the value of a property when sold at a lower price than its open market price is called as which of the following? Multiple choice question, you have to select the correct one. Now the information was readily available in GATE 2006 at question 37. You can pause the video and check this particular question. The previous year question was, match the valuation terms in group 1 with their description in group 2. So here you will find that I have explained what is the meaning of distress value. It is defined as when the property is sold out at a lower price than which can be obtained for it in an open market, it is said to be have a distress value. Now there can be the reasons for selling the property at a lower price. The reasons can be the financial difficulty of the owner, panic due to war situation or right situation. So this is the definition of distress value. So here the correct suitable one is option A, distress value. Right? You will find that I have explain these terms also, the accommodation value and speculative value in that particular question of question 37 of GATE 2006. So here option A is the correct one. One more mark you could have achieved just if you have referred the information which was available. Question 15 is the inner traffic survey in Inoscope is used to measure which of the following quantity. First is volume to capacity ratio, option A. Option B is side distance, option C is spot speed, and option D is intersection delay. Now the information related to this Inoscope which was available just in the past recent paper, which was GATE 2022. If you refer question 71, in that I have explained that this spot speed is the instantaneous speed of a vehicle at a specified location. It can be measured using an Inoscope, pressure contact tubes, or direct timing procedure, or radar speedometer. Often you will find that the traffic cops, they are standing at a at two location in a highway where there is a speed limit, and they will stand with those speed guns or a radar speedometer to measure. If you are overspeeding, then you will get a fine. You will be fined for overspeeding. So that instrument is nothing but it is also called as a Inoscope. So that is used to measure your spot speed, your speed at that particular spot. So here the correct option is option C, spot speed. The reference was available here. I have already provided in the recent paper of GATE 2022. So one more mark you could have added here, and total score till this question will be 19. Question 16, the author of the book Human Aspects of Urban Form is. The reference was readily available for this particular book, and it was covered in your set 2. If you refer the section B 1.1, History and Contemporary Architecture, at subsection 1.1.7.3, in which important books and their authors have been mentioned, you will find this name, Amos Rappaport, at serial number 9, in which I have covered Human Aspects of Urban Form. It has been written by this author, Amos Rappaport. So selecting option B was not difficult for this particular question 16. One more mark you could have achieved here. So total score till this question 16 would have been 20. Question 17 is, which of the following statements is correct for Urban Cool Island, UCI? And it is a multiple select question. If there are more than one option correct, then you have to select both or those multiple options in your final answer. The first option is the UCI and Urban Heat Island, UHI, cannot happen in a city at the same time. Option B says air temperature of surrounding rural areas is warmer than that of the urban areas. Option C says air temperature of surrounding rural areas is cooler than that of the urban areas. And option D says UCI, that is Urban Cool Island, happens only in a snow-clad mountain. Now the question related to the terminology called as Urban Heat Island or UHI, it was asked and explained earlier in GATE 1995 question 2 and UPSC-CPWD 2015 at question 24. So if you observe or if you refer those particular explanation in this particular question, you can see that the option C, that is air temperature of surrounding rural areas is cooler than that of the urban areas, it is the definition of Urban Heat Island. It is not the definition of Urban Cool Island. Right? So you can straight away say option C is the incorrect one because it is not related to the Urban Cool Island. Right now I am recording this lecture in the month of May. So almost all the metro cities right now we are facing this Urban Heat Island effect because the temperature in the surrounding rural areas is being observed as a cooler than that of the urban areas. In the next explanation I want to say is the Urban Cool Island effect, it is defined as the phenomenon which is experienced by the high-rise and high-density urban areas, in which the air temperature of the surrounding rural areas is generally warmer, right? So it is exactly opposite to the urban heat island. So the statement B is correct, right? The air, so my mistake, air temperature of the surrounding rural areas is warmer than that of the urban areas. What are the causes for this urban cool island effect? The causes are the intensified heat storage capacity. If you consider just a high-rise apartment closely packed, very near to each other, so that the solar radiation cannot reach till all the floors. So in case of the winter, when the atmospheric temperature is very low and the solar radiation they are not able to reach throughout the floors, then those floors will observe the cooler temperature because of the height of the building as well as closely packed surrounding, right? So because of the intensified heat storage capacity and the reduced solar radiation gain of those urban surfaces, this phenomenon is generally observed. The phenomenon occurs when there is a no anthropogenic heat. As I said, in the morning time, when there are less solar radiation or there is no anthropogenic heat, then you will observe this urban cool island effect. But as soon as the solar radiation start reaching the facade or the entire urban areas, then slowly this phenomenon disappears, and again the urban heat island effect will take place in those particular urban areas. So in a way we can say that urban cool island effect and urban heat island effect, we can observe these effects at the same time in the city. Not at the same time, it can happen in the city, in the same city, right? So for example, it has been observed in Hong Kong, this urban cool island effect and urban heat island effect. Both the effects, they were observed in Hong Kong. So your option A is the incorrect one, which says UCI and UHI, they cannot happen in a city at the same time, right? So here the only suitable option is option B, which says air temperature of surrounding rural areas is warmer than that of the urban areas. We have slowly deleted the incorrect option and we have find out which is the suitable one. So total score till this question 17 will be 21. The next question, question 18, again it is a multiple select question. Which of the following statements is correct for an oxidation pond to treat wastewater? Option given are: it is an aerobic pond, it is an anaerobic pond, it does not require sunlight, it does not remove biological oxygen demand. Now the question based on this information was earlier asked and explained. If you refer ISRO 2019 question paper and if you go and see the explanation for this particular question 58, you will find that the process of this oxidation pond was briefly explained. Now this oxidation pond process, it is a secondary wastewater treatment process in which the aerobic bacteria, what are the aerobic bacteria? They require oxygen to decompose the organic matter. So this process, it produces less sludge. The organic bacteria, they break down the organic matter. This process happens in the presence of sunlight, and the entire process is be generally carried out so that we can remove the biological oxygen demand. So if you carefully observe the option given, option A says it is aerobic pond. Yes, as I said, the bacteria requires the oxygen. So the exact opposite option is option B. It is an anaerobic pond, is incorrect one. It does not require sunlight. No, it is incorrect. The process happens in presence of sunlight, so it does require the sunlight. So C is also the incorrect one. And option D, it does not remove biological oxygen demand. It is also incorrect one because the process we generally carried out so that we can remove the biological oxygen demand of the organic matter. So here the only suitable option or the only correct option is option A. The related information was readily available. So one more mark you could have added here, and total score till this question 18 would have been 22. The next question is related to the conservation architecture. Question 19 is the conservation architect of the Maitreya Buddha temple at Basgo, Ladakh, which won the 2007 UNESCO Asia Pacific Heritage Award, is which of the following? The options are Abha Narayan Lamba, Vinod Kumar MM, Rahul Mehrotra, and Saima Iqbal. So this Basgo Gompa complex, it is also called as a Maitreya temples. It is situated in hills of Ladakh, in between the Himalaya mountains and the Karakoram mountains in the northern India. And these particular structures, they are listed among the 100 endangered sites in the world, so that we can draw the attention for the conservation needs of this particular complex. This complex is it is composed of 3 temples, and they are located on a man-made mound. Okay, and these were built in the 16th and 17th century. This project was undertaken by the local community, and the conservation architect who is responsible for this, or who has taken the initiative for the conservation, is Abha Narayan Lamba. Now, this name, Abha Narayan Lamba, she is associated with many other prestigious conservation projects. She has won the particular 2007 UNESCO Asia Pacific Heritage Award for this project. Along with that, she has also won till date total 9 UNESCO Asia Pacific Heritage Award for the other projects. If you refer some previous year question, then the question related to latest edition of one of the project or one of the inclusion in the world UNESCO World Heritage Site, which is the Victorian Gothic and Art Deco ensemble in Mumbai. The documentation for this project was done by Abha Narayan Lamba, and the question related to this particular site, UNESCO World Heritage Site, was recently asked in one of the previous year question paper. We are also going to discuss some similar question related to this in the next few questions. So the correct option here is option A, Abha Narayan Lamba. You can read about this architect on her website. You can Google search and read more about the architect. The next question, my mistake, I have not included marks for this particular question 19 because the reference related to this was not available. But you can add this information in your notes related to the particular conservation architect, or you can go through the UNESCO Asia Pacific Heritage Award list and which are the projects they have included for this particular award. The next question, question 20, is which of the following option is or are the right sequence or sequences in the water treatment process? Again, it is a multiple select question. First option is coagulation, followed by flocculation, followed by sedimentation. B option is sedimentation, followed by filtration, followed by disinfection. The option C is sedimentation, flocculation, followed by coagulation. Option D is disinfection, then filtration, then flocculation. The information related to this particular question was available in GATE 2005 at question 66. Because there was a less space available, I am just shifting this question little bit upside, and I am showing you the reference of particular question 20 of GATE 2024 in question 66 of GATE 2005 on your screen. So earlier the question was identify the most appropriate sequence of process used for treatment of wastewater. Here in this diagram I have explained what is the sequence of process in the wastewater treatment. In the figure you can observe that first there is an intake of the wastewater. We will first do the screening of wastewater. The process is followed by coagulation, wherein the coagulant material, for example, the generally used coagulant is alum, chloride, iron sulfate, etc. After that, the negatively charged particles, they get neutralized, and it is followed by the flocculation process, wherein these negatively charged particles, after addition of a flocculant, the flocks will get formed, and the entire material or the entire matter, it gets the flocks will be formed, and then it will be sedimented at the bottom. So after that, generally we do the disinfection and followed by the sedimentation in the sedimentation clarifiers. Then the precipitation takes place naturally, then adsorption, followed by we will do the filtration method. Again, we will add some disinfectant. The fluorination process takes place at the end, and then we can store the treated wastewater for the recycle, or for again for the reuse. So this is the correct sequence. So if you observe the options given, the first option, option A, says coagulation followed by flocculation and then sedimentation. Yes, it is the correct process. First we do the coagulation by adding a coagulant, as I said just right now. Then the flocculation process takes place, and then we have the sedimentation process. So option A is the correct one. This is the correct process. B says sedimentation, then filtration, then disinfection. Yes, sedimentation, it is followed by filtration, and then we will add the disinfectant material at the end. So option B, this process is also the correct one. If you look at option C, it is showing the reverse process. Sedimentation first they have mentioned, then flocculation, and then coagulation. It is the reverse process, and it is in the incorrect one. It is the reverse order of option A, right? So it is the incorrect one. Option D says disinfection followed by filtration followed by flocculation. Again, it is in reverse order, and again it is the incorrect one. So this D option also incorrect. So here the correct suitable options are option A and B. You have to write both the option to get full marks. So this was 1 mark question. One more mark will add here. So total score till this question 20 will be 23. Question 21 is, which of the following is or are associated with gentrification in a neighborhood? Again, it is a multiple select question. The question related to this gentrification term was previously asked in GATE 2015 at question 41, in GATE 2001 at 43, ISRO 2017 at question 44. You can pause the video and check those respective questions of previous years. So I am showing the question 41 of GATE 2015, in which we have discussed this gentrification term, and the question related to gentrification process was previously asked in the matched up type of pair, matched up pair kind of a question. So here I have explained the gentrification process. What is the description? The transformation of a working class or a vacant area of the central city to a middle class residential or a commercial use, it is called as a gentrification. And this process is also defined as the transformation of neighborhoods from low value to high value. Please underline this word because there are options related to this particular sentence in your question 21 of GATE 2024. This change has the potential to cause the displacement of long-time residents and businesses. Again, we will concentrate on the options of question 21 of GATE 2024. Option A is wealthier households displace poor household. Yes, the correct one. Option B is exactly opposite of option A. Poor households displace wealthier households. Incorrect one. Option C is real estate value increases. Yes, because of this transformation, as I have already described, the real estate value increases. So C is the correct one. D, opposite to option C, real estate value decreases. No, it is the incorrect one. So here the correct options are option A and C. So as I said, the reference was available. Easy question to answer. One more mark we can add here. So total score till this question 21 will be 24. Question 22. which of the following site is or are included in the UNESCO World Heritage List as of December 2022? It is a multiple select question. Generally, it is expected that as a GACE aspirant, you should have the knowledge about which sites are recently included um, as a knowledge of your current affairs and the recent development in the field of conservation architecture. So if you go through the previous year question paper, regularly they are asking about this latest addition of UNESCO World Heritage Sites in India. So as I said, the question related to this latest addition was earlier asked in GATE 2020, question 21, you can check. GATE 2019, question 16, you can check in your previous year question papers. So right now, till this date, till 2023, India has right now 42 UNESCO World Heritage Sites. The recent addition is the Shanti Niketan, established by Rabindranath Tagore. Before that, the 41st site, which was included in September 2023, my mistake, yeah, in September 2023 was the Sacred Ensemble of Hoysala in Karnataka. Before that, the question related to the inclusion of fortified city of Jaipur in the UNESCO World Heritage Site in the year 2019 was previously asked in GATE 2020. So this question, as I mentioned here, question 21 of GATE 2020 was related to this fortified city of Jaipur, which is included in the UNESCO World Heritage Site. Whereas in the year 2018, the Victorian Gothic and Art Deco structure, there is an ensemble of Victorian Gothic and the Art Deco structures on the both sides of Oval Maidan in the city of Mumbai near the Marine Drive. So these structures were included as in the UNESCO World Heritage Sites in the year 2018, and there was a question related to this information in the year GATE 2019. Of course, in the recent question of conservation architecture, the architect who is doing that conservation work, he has done the documentation of this particular document of Victorian Gothic and the Art Deco ensemble. If you go through the data for this particular UNESCO World Heritage Site, you will find many pictures taken by the conservation architect Abha Narayan Lamba. So here, if you check the list of World Heritage Site, this Capital Complex Chandigarh, this is the work of Le Corbusier. So these structures, all the work of Le Corbusier in Chandigarh, they are included in the UNESCO World Heritage Site. So option A is correct one. Moat Ki Masjid, Delhi. No, this is not the UNESCO World Heritage Site. C. Kevaldev National Park, Bharatpur. This national park have been included in the UNESCO World Heritage Site in the way back in the year 1985. So yes, this is also one of the UNESCO World Heritage Site in India. Option D is Pardesi Synagogue in Kochi. This is not the UNESCO World Heritage Site. So here the correct options are option A and option C. So if you have knowledge about this recent development in the field of conservation architecture, or which are the recent addition of UNESCO World Heritage Site in India, then I think answering this question was the easy one. So I expect that people have taken note of this recent development, and you could have added one more mark for this particular question 22. So total score till this question will be 25. The next question is related to the building graphics and architectural graphics. So question 23 was the reference points, lines and planes for drawing a two-point perspective of an object are marked in the adjacent figure. This figure was provided. Select the correct option or options that matches with the corresponding nomenclature. Again, it is a multiple select question. Option A is R is the station point. Yes, correct nomenclature. This is the station point, and S is the picture plane. Yes, correct one. There is no doubt. Option B says R is the vanishing point. R cannot be the vanishing point. Right? P are the vanishing points, right? If you draw the lines like this, then these are the vanishing points. So R is not the vanishing point, it is the incorrect one, and it says T is the picture plane. No, we have just discussed that S nomenclature, it shows the picture plane. So option B is the incorrect. C is P is the vanishing point. Yes, just we have discussed. And T is the ground line. T is the ground line. Yes, it is also the correct one. Option D says Q is the ground line. Q, this is not a ground line. This is the horizon line, right? And S is the horizon line. No, it is. It should be S. This Q is the horizon line, and what is S? S is the picture plane. So this option D is also the incorrect one. So very easy question to answer. I think most of you must have answered this question correctly. So option A and C are the correct one. 1 mark question, easy to solve. 1 more mark you could have added here. So total score till this question will be 25. Question 24 is again related to the recent development. India's intended nationally determined contribution to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change in 2022 include or includes which of the following option? Again, a multiple select question. Option A says reduction of emissions intensity of India GDP by 45% by 2030 from 2005 level. B, achieving about 50% cumulative electric power installed capacity from non-fossil fuel based energy resources by 2030. Option C says achieving the target of net zero emission by 2030. D says a reduction of total projected carbon emission by 1 billion tons from 2022 to 2025. If you observe and if you have a knowledge about the recent developments, we have set the target for net zero emission of 2070 and not 2030. Right? So C is the incorrect one. Then if you observe the difference between these years, it is just the time period is of 3 years. So it cannot be such a short time period to reduce the carbon emission by 1 billion ton, right? So D is also the incorrect one. In the explanation, I want to say that the question related to this various conferences related to the climate change was previously asked in 2 question papers. In GATE 2017, you can check question 45, or GATE 2008, you can check question 2. So this United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, in short, it is written as UNFCC. It is the UN process for negotiating an agreement to limit the dangerous climate change. And it came into force on 21st March 1994. Okay. So total 196 country, they are party to this convention, and they have, it is also called as parties to the convention, and India is also the one of the party for that convention. And in its Paris agreement, they have agreed to, they have set some targets globally in order to reduce the negative impact on the climate. So as a party to this conference, India had submitted its first nationally determined contribution in the year 2015, and these targets included two quantifiable targets, which were they to reduce the emissions intensity of its GDP by 33 to 35% by 2030 from the original level, or the benchmark level was 2005 level. So whatever the carbon emissions were there of its GDP in the year 2005, we will reduce that quantity by 33 to 35% by the year 2030. The second target we had submitted was to achieve about 40% of cumulative electric power installed capacity from non-fossil fuel based energy resources by 2030. You can observe that from few years we are focusing on energy resources, which are the clean energy resources. We are more focusing on the renewable energy, we will observe that there are more focus on solar light production, right? So clean energy resources, we are more or less focusing a lot in order to achieve this second target. One surprise thing is these two targets we have achieved well ahead in time. Okay, so in August 2022, we have just made some changes in those two targets because we have achieved the earlier determined targets well ahead in time. What was the change? We will reduce the emission intensity of its GDP. Earlier it was 33 to 35% by 2030 from 2005 level. So we have changed the figure to 45% by 2030. Okay. The second target we have changed is the target on cumulative electric power installed capacity from non-fossil fuel based energy resources. We will enhance the capacity by 50% in the by the year 2030. So earlier it was 40%. So we have set some more target, and we said that we will enhance this capacity to 50%. So here you can observe that option A and B are the correct one. I have already explained that is achieving the target of net zero emission by 2030. It is not possible. We have set the target year of 2070. And then, as I said in the beginning, the target year cannot be such a small time, just of 3 years. So 2022 to 2025, it is also the incorrect one. To reduce the carbon emission by such a large quantity of 1 billion tons. So D is also the incorrect one. So option A and B are the correct suitable one for the correct answer. So I have not included the mark for this particular question 24 because the reference was not directly available, and if the candidate has read about this recent development, then I think answering that question was the easy one. Okay, let's focus on question 25. As per the Census of India 2011, non-notified slums is or are categorized as. Again, a multiple select question. The option given are recognized, identified, unrecognized, and authorized. The information related to this was readily available in your set 2. If you refer the section 6 of housing at subsection 6.1.3.1, I have mentioned the definition of slums as per the Census of India and NSSO. Okay, so here this is the table which is included in your set 2 in section 6. So here you will find the definition of slum, in which there are 3 definitions. First one is the notified slum. Okay, all notified areas in a town or a city notified as slum by that particular state or urban local body or a government housing and slum boards, they are called as a notified slums. The second definition is recognized slums, right? And the third one is the identified slums. So what is the condition? A compact area of at least 300 populations or about 60 to 70 households of poorly built congested tenements in unhygienic environment, usually with inadequate infrastructure and lacking in proper sanitary and drinking water facility. This is the definition which shows the identified slums. So if you look at the options, recognized, identified, unrecognized, authorized. So these unrecognized and authorized are the incorrect one. The correct options here are option A and option B. One more mark you could have easily achieved if you have referred this theory which was readily available in the set 2. Question 26 is, which of the following is or are under the purview of Energy Conservation Building Code of India 2011? Now we have covered the question related to this Energy Conservation Building Code. In short, we called as a ECBC code, and the reference was available in GATE 2012 at question 4. You can refer this particular question in the GATE 2012 question paper. So here the question was related to ECBC stands for. So the correct option was Energy Conservation Building Code. In the explanation, I have provided that this ECBC code, the provision of this code is applied for which of the following building systems. So it includes building envelope, comfort system and control, lighting and controls, and the electrical and renewable energy systems. Okay, so it generally promote the energy efficiency for the uh, energy efficiency for all the appliances provided in the building. So here in the options for question 26, it considers indoor lighting. Yes, the energy efficiency of indoor lighting, it do consider. Then the outdoor lighting also, it comes under the purview of Energy Conservation Building Code, ECBC. Plug loads, they are not included in ECBC code. P is the embodied energy. Now we have also discussed the definition of this embodied energy in one of the previous year question paper. So this embodied energy is part of your green building, green rating or Griha rating or a green building concept. So this is not the part of ECBC code. So D is also the incorrect one. So here the correct option, two correct option will be option A and option B. So one more mark we can add here. So total score till this question 26 will be 27. The next question, again, it's a easy one. Question 27. Which of the following is or are used for municipal fiscal resource mobilization? The options are property tax, development charges, income tax, salary of municipal staff. So if you observe option C and D, income tax we don't pay to the urban local bodies, to the municipal corporation. The income tax is centrally collected by the central government, and then it is distributed for various urban development or for other expenditure done by the government. Then D is the salary of municipal staff. Now it is not earning of that particular municipal corporation, it is the outgoing, right? So C and D are the incorrect one. Wherein if you focus on option A and option B, property tax, yes, it is collected by the at the municipal level. The urban local bodies, they collect the property tax so that they can provide some infrastructure, they can do the development, etc. Now the development charges or the betterment charges are also collected by the municipal local bodies if they are developing some kind of a greenfield projects within the municipal limit. So option A and B are the correct one for this. I think this question was easy to solve or easy to answer. So one more mark you could have added here. So total score till this question will be 28. Now one surprise thing or one good thing is here is if you check GATE 2024 cutoff marks, the cutoff marks for SC, ST and PWD candidate was 27.6, wherein if you observe, like in the past few questions we have just solved, and we have find out that for most of the question the reference was readily available for you in either set 1 of Acoustics Guidebook or set 2 of Acoustics Guidebook. So you could have answered these questions if you have done the multiple revisions of these two guidebooks. So what I want to say is, I think crossing this first cutoff of 27.6 was not a difficult one with the help of multiple revisions or a thorough study of the previous year question paper, and as well as going through the entire GATE syllabus which is covered in the set 2. The last 1 mark question, question 28, is numerical answer type question. The question is, a ramp with a slope of 1:12 is required for a wheelchair access. The intermediate landings of length 1.5 meter each have to be provided after every 9 meter running length. Now this is a standard. You cannot construct a ramp more than a 9 meter running length in one go. You have to provide some resting place after covering the running length of 9 meter. So for example, the running length is 12 meter, then after 9 meter of inclined length or a running length, you have to provide a landing space of at least width of 1.5 meter. If you can check these standards in the National Building Code, you will find these standards there. So the question further says, the running length of a straight ramp including landing to negotiate a level difference of 900 mm vertical height in meter is how much? they have mentioned the vertical difference as 900 mm. You can convert this 900 mm into meter because the answer desired is in the meter. So here I will write down the slope of ramp as per the given information is 1:12, and vertical difference, as I just said, it is 900 mm, so it is equal to 0.9 meter. Okay, so the running length of a ramp with a slope of 1:12, it will be 12 because the slope is 1:12. So the running length required for 0.9 meter vertical height will be 10.8 meter, right? But this is excluding your intermediate landing. As I said in the question, we cannot provide the ramp with the entire running length of 10.8 meter in one go. We have to provide the intermediate landing after first 9 meter of running length, right? So, however, as per the information given, intermediate landing of landing of length 1.5 meter has to be provided after this 9 meter of running length. So your ramp will be in this shape. We will first provide the 9 meter of running length ramp in the incline shape. Then there will be a plane or a horizontal landing of 1.5 meter, and then the remaining length. So the remaining length by providing first 9 meter will be 1.8 meter. So your total running length will be 9 meter plus 1.5 meter of intermediate landing and the remaining 1.8 meter. So the addition of this 9 plus 1.5 plus 1.8, it will be 12.30. So this is your final answer. You have to just write 12.30 in your final answer. So 1 mark question, very easy to solve. The answer key has provided the range of answer in between this range, that is 12.29 to 12.35. So our answer is in between this range. We will get full 1 mark for this question. So till question 28, we have covered 1 mark question of this common and compulsory part A section, and we have achieved total score of 29. We have included these the marks only for those questions wherein the reference was available in the previous year question paper or the related theory was covered in the set 2 of Acoustics guidebook. From 29 onwards, the question are of 2 mark each, and for MCQ question there is a negative marking of 2/3. So let's start from question 29. Question 29 is match the features in group 1 with the corresponding software tools in group 2. Every year you can observe that many questions are of this type, match the pair, and I think answering these questions is very easy. If you simply know 1 or 2 correct pairs, you can identify the correct suitable option from these 4 given options. So here in group 1 they have mentioned the features. For example, in P they have mentioned raster graphic editing, Q is the energy modeling, R visual programming interface, S structural analysis, and in group 2 they have mentioned the different softwares. If you go through the list of softwares given in group 2, please focus on this software Radiance, and the information or the question related to this software which is mentioned at serial number 5 in group 2, and the correct corresponding application of this software is lighting simulation of interior spaces. The question related to this particular software and its application was previously asked and also explained in GATE 2016 at question 28. You can check this particular question. Also, the reference was available in UPSC MES 2019 question paper at question 61. So, in a way, I want to say that this Radiance, if you check the corresponding application, which is lighting simulation, it is not available in group 1 at not in these 4 serial numbers P, Q, R, S. It does not include lighting simulation. So this 5 Radiance, it should not match with any of these P, Q, R, S. So whatever pair it is, if it is matching with 5 and it is given in these 4 option, then it will be the incorrect one. So just focus in option A. It has matched S with 5. So as I said, structural analysis, no, Radiance is not related Radiance software is not related to the structural analysis. StatPro we generally use for the structural analysis, which is also given in the group 2 at serial number 3. Then option C, they have matched R with 5, again the incorrect one. D, Q with 5, energy modeling, again it is the incorrect one. So whatever pair, if they have matched with the software mentioned at 5, will be the incorrect one. So the only remaining option, option B, will be the correct option here. Okay. So this kind of a technique you can develop and you can apply while solving the the upcoming GATE question paper, that which pairs are the incorrect one, and one by one you can segregate that these are the incorrect one, and then you can derive your final correct option. Similar technique we will apply for the next question, question 30. Here this was a 2-mark question, so 2 more marks we can add here from the previous question 28. So 31 will be the total score till this 29th question. Question 30, match the elements in group 1 with the corresponding buildings in group 2. Again, the easy question if you have referred previous year question papers thoroughly. In group 1, they have mentioned the type of structures of the type of structural elements. For example, P has mentioned lightweight structure, Q base isolator, R tuned mass damper, and S is the digrade. In group 2, they have mentioned different buildings, and we have to match which particular structural element is used in that building. The question related to the building, which is mentioned at serial number 1 in group 2, was previously asked multiple times. It was asked in GATE 2022 at question 30, in GATE 2021 at question 36, GATE 2016, 34, 2014 at question 18. So I think till this time it must be by heart to candidates that this tuned mass damper, the structural element mentioned at R, this has been used in this building Taipei 101 at Taipei by architect Lee and Wang. So the first correct pair is R1. So whatever pair other than R1 will be the, so the options which contain the pair other than R1 will be the incorrect one. So here you can observe option A says R5 will be the incorrect one, as well as option C R5 will be the incorrect one. Next, the question related to this Gherkin Tower designed by Norman Foster and partner was previously asked in GATE 2017 at question 38 and GATE 2009 at question 41. So here the structural element or this particular building shows that it is of the digrade structure type, right? So next suitable pair is S2. I am just referring the information available in the previous papers, and the candidates must have read this information, and I think selecting the correct suitable pair was the easy one. So option D says S5. They have not matched with this correct, they have not mentioned S2. So S5, this pair is also the incorrect. So your option D will be also the incorrect one. So the correct suitable option here for question 30 is option B. So the lightweight structure, which is the lightweight structure? The paper log houses designed by architect Shigeru Ban, it is lightweight structure. Then Q, they have matched with 3. So this base isolator is used in this Museum of New Zealand, Cape Upper Tongarewa, Wellington by architect Ivan Merseb. So you can go and search about this particular building. The explanation I have already provided in this solved question paper in the latest edition of Architects Guidebook Set 1. So you can read about this information, and it is done so that in order to provide the earthquake resistance for this particular building. So this base isolator have been used in this particular building mentioned at serial number 3 in group 2. And we have already discussed this tuned mass damper and the digrade in the first half. So 2 more marks you could have easily achieved for this question 30. So total score till this question 30 will be 33. Question 31 is match the following concepts in group 1 with their corresponding description in group 2. In group 1, they have mentioned NIMBY at P, Q, form-based code, R, tactical urbanism, S, suburbanization. In group 2, they have mentioned the descriptions of these terms, and we have to correctly match with the corresponding term mentioned in the group 1. So if you focus on the term mentioned at P in group 1, which is NIMBY, the question related to this term was previously asked in UPSC-CPWD 2016 at question 112. You can check this particular question available in set 1. So this NIMBY stands for not in my backyard. So this concept is related to the resistance of any public or private entity if some kind of a development is coming in their backyard. This BY stands for backyard. So if some kind of a development is coming which is directly affecting their physical, economical and environmental livelihood, then those local community or local public, they will try to resist that particular development. So this NIMBY concept is related to this resisting of any physical intervention by public or private enterprises within their neighborhood. You will find lot of example. For example, some solid waste management project is coming in your background or in your backyard, in your local area. You will not found it suitable to stay there, so you will try to resist that kind of a development. So it is very difficult nowadays for the municipal corporation to set up those such kind of a project. Or in a way, if some kind of a project which is affecting the environment, for example, if some refinery is coming, then also people are resisting because it will affect their physical, economical and environmental livelihood. So this NIMBY concept is related to that. So the first pair we can select here based on the information which was readily available to you is P5. So whatever options which are not showing this P5 will be the incorrect one. Option C and D are the incorrect. Okay. The next one is you can focus on the term mentioned at S in group 1, which is suburbanization. So if you check in group 2, the suitable pair for S suburbanization is establishment of residential areas on the outskirts of city. So S3 is the correct pair. Okay, among the remaining two options, option A and B, because option B they have mentioned S2. So they have matched suburbanization with planning and zoning tool to regulate development primarily through urban form. So the correct term for this description 2 is your form-based code. We generally call as a development code, development guidelines. So S2 will not be the correct pair, and the Q2 is the more suitable one. So your option B also the incorrect, and the only remaining correct option is option A. So I know only one term in this question. I have read this in your previous year question paper of UPSC-CPWD 2016. I have identified which two options are the incorrect one, and then I have compared the correct one among the two remaining options of option A and B, and then finally I have derived the correct suitable option as option A. So 2 more marks we can add here. So total score till this question will be 35. The next question 32 is related to the urban renewal projects, and they have asked where this particular project is situated, in which particular city this project is situated. So in group 1 they have mentioned Chongicheon. This is the name of the project. In Q they have mentioned the Highline. R they have mentioned the Falls Creek South. S Canary Wharf. And in group 2 they have mentioned the name of the cities. The question related to this particular project mentioned at S, that is Canary Wharf, it was asked in the recent recruitment paper which we have already included in this 9th edition, and the paper was UPSC-CPWD Assistant Architect paper of year 2023. So this project is based in London, so you can directly select whatever options which is not showing S2 as the pair will be the incorrect one. So C and D are the incorrect one. Okay. So we have to identify the suitable option among the remaining A and B option. So one by one we will see wherein the projects mentioned in group 1 are situated and what are the projects. So this Chonggicheon project, it is situated in Seoul in South Korea, and the project is related to this. There was a stream, historical stream uh, flowing through the city of Seoul, this Chonggicheon stream, and in the process of urban development, the entire stream got reclaimed or got buried, and they have constructed a elevated freeway or a elevated highway above the stream. But after some time, they have identified the environmental value of this stream, and they have totally removed this elevated freeway and again restored that Chonggicheon stream, which has physically and environmentally benefited that local community, and they have provided very nice spaces in along both sides of this stream. On the other side, if you compare the Indian scenario, I have just recalled one of these place. If you see the Baba Banta Bahadur Singh Setu, we in short we call as a Barapulla Setu, which is connecting your Delhi to Noida. We have constructed this elevated freeway along this Barapulla Nala. Neither we are able to solve the environmental problem because we are neglecting totally the environmental value around this Nala, as well as we are not able to solve the traffic problem, right? We have totally created the bottleneck at the end of this elevated freeway. So this is the kind of a Indian scenario, exactly opposite to this, whatever developments we are observing in the other cities of the other countries. The next project is the High Line, which is situated in New York. So this project is about, there was a 1.45 mile long abundant elevated railroad in the city of New York, and they have developed this elevated railroad into nice uh, plaza by developing some parks along the footpaths, so that they have provided and this was one of the kind of urban renewal projects they have developed. And this highline planting, furnishing, paving, lighting and utilities, they were conceived and built as one integrated system, right, within the limit, within the exact limit, width and depth of this structure itself. So very nice project. They have developed very nice spaces along this elevated corridor. So the second pair correctly matched here is the High Line, which is situated in New York. So Q1 is the correct one among the remaining two options. So option B will be also the incorrect one. Again, in case of an Indian scenario, if you compare, there were many skywalks which were developed, I think, in the last decade by spending crores of rupees, and you will find that nowadays all those skywalks are being demolished because they were not constructed properly or they were not developed properly. We are again spending some money to demolish this, and you will find that there was an incident while removing one of the skywalk. The skywalk uh, fall down, and again we are developing some new skywalk. I don't know what we are, how we are planning these kind of a projects for the urban renewal. So the third urban renewal project is the Falls Creek South. This project is situated in the city of Vancouver in Canada. There was a underdeveloped or underused industrial land next to this sea, and they have developed this underused industrial lands into the very beautiful waterfront area. It is regarded as the model of progressive urban planning in the 1970s, and they have transformed the city's industrial land into the neighborhood which is known for abundance of open space and intentional design. They have created this kind of walking plazas, many entertainment places, very beautiful structures have came up in the recent time in this particular development of Falls Creek South in Vancouver. So R4 is the correct one as given in option A. The last one, as I said, the reference was available in UPSC-CPWD 2023 question paper. This Canary Wharf development project, it is also one of the urban renewal project, and it is situated in London. So it is a kind of a mixed-use development project wherein they are promoting walk-to-work kind of a concept. The high-density development, they are providing the residential as well as the commercial places very near to each other, so that you don't need to spend much of time traveling for your office. So this is kind of a development or a urban renewal project which is being developed in the city of London. So Canary Wharf, S, it correctly match with the corresponding city, which is 2. So again, option A, as we have already identified, is the correct suitable one. I have not included marks for this particular question because it may vary depending upon the knowledge of the candidate, whether he is aware about this kind of urban renewal projects or not. So the next question, question 33, is match the biosphere reserve in group 1 with their corresponding features in group 2. In group 1, they have mentioned various biosphere reserve, and group 2, they have mentioned the features. So the related information was provided, or the question related to this biosphere reserve was recently asked in GATE 2022 at question 38. So you will find that they have asked match the biosphere reserve in India in group 1 with their corresponding locations in group 2. So just you can identify if you are aware about that where this Sundarban is located, and then what will be the particular corresponding feature for that, then I think selecting the correct suitable pairs in question 33 was not the difficult one. So here we have covered Agasthyamala Biosphere Reserve, Nokrek Biosphere Reserve, Old Desert Biosphere Reserve, and the Simlipal Biosphere Reserve. In that particular question, I have explained all the present biosphere reserve in India in this particular table. So the first one, the Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve, it is located in Tamil Nadu, and the geography is mainly the Western Ghats. So you can observe this Gulf of Mannar, it is situated in Tamil Nadu, and the geography is mainly the coastal line. So here the first suitable pair, or let's discuss about the other biosphere reserve also. So Sundarban, it is located in the West Bengal, and mainly the geography is gigantic delta. The Nanda Devi temple, it is situated in Uttarakhand, and the geography is the Western Himalayas, which is also included in question 33. And Nilgiris, as I said, it is situated located in Tamil Nadu, and the geography is Western Ghats. So in this particular question 33, you can observe that Nanda Devi temple, which is located in Uttarakhand, the correct suitable pair for this R, that is Nanda Devi, will be the ridge, or it is situated at the glacier, right? The corresponding feature is it is a glacier. So R1 is the correct one, and S2, that is Nilgiris, mainly this is situated in Tamil Nadu, and geography is Western Ghats. So subtropical or tropical forest are generally found in this Nilgiris. So S2 is the correct one. S5 as given in A and D will be the incorrect one, because Nilgiris, it is not a marshy land or a flat terrain. It is a part of Western Ghat. So option A and D will be the totally incorrect. Among the remaining option B and C, you can compare the pair of Q, that is Sundarban, and the suitable or the correct suitable pair mentioned in either whether it is mentioned in B or whether it is mentioned in C. So option B says Q, it matches with 5. Sundarban, they have mentioned salty marsh or flat terrain. Option C says Q3. that is Sundarban, they have matched with swamp forest or mangrove. So these Sundarban forests are the mangrove forest. So Q3 is the suitable one and not the Q5. So your option B will be also the incorrect one. Okay. So the correct option for this question 33 is option C. Again, the reference was readily available. You have to just delete the incorrect one and then you can derive your final answer. So 2 more marks you could have achieved here. So total score till this question 33 will be 37. Question 34 is match the terminologies in group 1 with their descriptions in group 2. In group 1 they have mentioned various concepts: HCT, syncretism, herbicide, urban sprawl, and group 2 they have provided the descriptions. You can focus on the concept mentioned at S in group 1, which is urban sprawl. This description or this concept we have already studied in GATE 2015 at question 41. So the description mentioned in group 2 at 1, it correctly matches with this concept given at S in group 1. So S1 is the correct suitable one, because urban sprawl is the rapid expansion of geographical areas of town or cities beyond a certain municipal limit. There will be the haphazard development, lot of pressure on the municipal bodies to provide the basic amenities. So S1 is the correct suitable pair. So the option which does not show S1 as the pair will be the incorrect one. So your option B is incorrect one. We have to find out the correct answer from remaining 3 options, that is option A, C and D. Now focus on the description which is mentioned in group 2, that is rebuilding core city area. We have just discussed this concept which is called as a urban renewal, right? So this description that is mentioned at 4 in group 2, rebuilding core city areas, it is related to the urban renewal, right? And this concept has not been mentioned anywhere in group 1 at P, Q, R or S. So the option which will match the pair with this 4 will be the incorrect one. Okay. So what I want to say, this rebuilding core city area is not the description of any of the concept mentioned in group 1. So if you observe in the remaining 3 options, the option D which has matched this description rebuilding core city area with the concept mentioned at P, that is HCT. So totally the incorrect one. So now the 2 remaining options are option A and option C. Now again, you please concentrate that in both these options Q5 is the common pair, right? So they have matched this syncretism. There is no reference available for this concept in the previous year, and first time the question related to this concept have been asked, and both these options, option A and C, have this common pair. Let's focus on the remaining one. Option A says P matches with 3. That means HCT, they have matched the description as a secondary CBD on the edge of the city. I think this sounds more or less correct. Wherein option C says P matches with 2. That is HCT, they have matched with violence against city. So it does not sound the correct pair. We will check what is the remaining pair. In option A, they have matched R2, that is herbicide, they have matched with violence against city. Yes, again, as we have already identified that P3 sounds like a correct one and R2 also sounds like the correct pair. Option C says R3, that is this herbicide means a secondary CBD on the HCT. So this is totally the incorrect one, and the first pair, that is P3, was the correct one which is given in option A. So your option C will be the incorrect one, and you can select option A as the correct suitable answer for this question 34. So 2 more marks you could have achieved here for this question, and total score till this question 34 would have been 39. So till this question you have crossed the second cutoff which was there for the OBC category or the EWS category. The cutoff for GATE 2024 architecture and planning question paper for this particular category was 37.3, wherein we have just crossed this particular cutoff. The next match the pair question is question 35. Match the items in group 1 with their corresponding items in group 2. In group 1, they have mentioned floating floor, Q float wall, R metal float, S free float, and group 2, what is the use of these particular items they have mentioned in group 2. So if you concentrate on the device or the item mentioned at Q, that is float wall, we have already discussed this particular item in GATE 1997 at question 20. The particular image have been provided. The float wall we generally use in the overhead tanks, wherein the water supply will get automatically stopped because of this float wall, so that we can control the overflow, and in order to reduce the waste of water, we can use the float wall for this effective purpose. So Q1 is the first suitable pair for this particular question. So option A and option D, wherein they have matched Q with 2, will be the incorrect one, and option B and C says Q1 as the correct pair. So the correct option will be from these two options, from option B and C. Now let's find out for the other pairs. The item or the concept mentioned at S, which is free float, we have discussed this thing in UPSC-CPWD 2016. I think many of us would be aware about this, that free float is the delay you can delay some kind of a activity without affecting the total duration of the project, and it is called as a free float. So S2 is the next suitable pair. Free float we can match with the description mentioned at 2, that is free float means the delay which will not affect the entire project. So you can observe that option C shows the correct pair, that is S2. So the correct suitable option among the remaining two options will be option C. You can write your final answer as option C here for question 35. The easy question, again 2 more marks you could have added here, and total score till this point, till this question 35 will be 41. The next match the pair question, question 36 is, as per the URDPFI guidelines 2015, match the type of educational facilities in group 1 with the corresponding minimum population to be served per facility in group 2. In group 1 they have mentioned different kind of educational facility, and group 2 they have mentioned the population. Now in group 1, just concentrate on the educational facility mentioned at S, that is primary school. We have read the minimum population required to provide this primary school, which is 5,000. As per URDPFI guideline, the minimum population or the primary school, one primary school is required per 5,000 population. So the related theory was available in this particular section 1 of architecture and planning and design at subsection 1.10.12, wherein I have provided various amenities and their requirements as per the URDPFI guideline. So here the first pair which you can select is S1. So which are the pairs which are the options which does not show S1 as the pair will be the incorrect one. So C and D will be the incorrect option. Let's focus on the other educational facility. The educational facility mentioned at Q, senior secondary school, the related question we have already discussed in one of the previous year question paper. There was a numerical answer type question related to this facility, and we have discussed this in GATE 2008 at question 82. I will just show you the question. The question was, the number of senior secondary schools required for a city of population 1 lakh person will be how many? Now here I have provided that one senior secondary school is required for a population of 7,500. So here you can see in the question 36, The next pair which you can lock is 2 with 5, right? Senior secondary school per 7,500 school. So the next pair in remaining option A and B is correct is given, which is mentioned in option B. So your option A will also the incorrect one, and the correct option here for this question 36 is option B. 2 more marks you can add here. So total score till this question will be 43. Again, here you have crossed the cutoff score for the general category. Okay, the cutoff score for the general category was 41.5, and here we have achieved total score of 43 by solving only the questions wherein the reference was available in the in either in the set 1 of Architects Guidebook or set 2 of Architects Guidebook. Question 37, which of the following statement or statements is or are true? Now this is not a MCQ question, it is a multiple select question. There was no reference available for this particular question. It was a little bit difficult one because more or less it was not directly related to your architecture and planning theory. The first sentence is physiological equivalent temperature is used in outdoor thermal comfort evaluation. Yes, there was a terminology related to this physiological equivalent temperature. There was, I think, a numerical answer type question was recently asked in one of the previous year question paper. So the first sentence is correct one, is used in outdoor thermal comfort evaluation. Sentence B is thermal performance index is computed using outside surface temperature of building envelope. Now it is the incorrect one. The corrected statement for this statement B is thermal performance index. In short, it is called as TPI. It is computed by using indoor surface temperature of the building envelope and not the outside. So B is the incorrect one. For option C and D, the Reynolds number, it is the ratio of inertial forces to viscous forces. I'm just reading the information from the explanation provided in the solved question paper in this latest edition. The Reynolds number is a dimensionless number used to categorize the fluid system in which the effect of viscosity is important. And what is the criteria? Reynolds number less than or equal to 2300, it indicates laminar flow, okay, steady or a trajectory flow. Whereas if the Reynolds number is greater than 4000, then it indicates the turbulent flow or the irregular flow. So your option C and D both are the correct one, okay, as per the definition of Reynolds number and these two criteria or the range provided for the Reynolds number. So I have not included mark for this particular question 37. The correct options for this multiple select question will be option A, C and D. The next question, which was very easy to answer, was based on your color theory. Question 38 is, which of the following statement or statements is or are true? There were 4 sentences given in option A, B, C and D respectively. We have to identify which are the correct one. Let's focus on option A. Yellow, blue, violet, red, violet are split complementary hues. Now, the question related to this color theory is being asked repeatedly in the repetition in many previous year question papers. So you must by heart the definition related to what is split complementary combination, what are the analogous colors, what is the tetrad combination, split complementary colors, etc. So I have covered, I think, all the types of the I have described the entire color theory in one of the question paper. Here in question 15 of GATE 2015, you can open this particular question paper and read the information related to this color theory. So if you focus on this particularly the option B, wherein they have mentioned that orange, green and violet, they are analogous color. in your question, at the time of your exam, you can write down the sequence in this, like you can write Vibgoyer, right? But just take care that you first you write violet, then blue violet, or it is indigo, then blue, then directly you can write green, but in between green and blue you have to mention blue green, you have to write blue green. Then after G, Vibgoyer, then yellow, in between green and yellow you have to write yellow green. O stands for orange. In between yellow and orange, you have to write yellow orange. And then O, after O, R stands for red. In between orange and red, you have to write red orange. And at the end, in between violet and red, there will be red violet. So you can draw this color wheel in your exam. And if you have by heart these definitions, what is split complementary, what is analogous color, what is tetrad combination, I think answering these the questions based on your color theory will not be the difficult one. So here you can see that orange, green and violet, where are they situated? Orange, green and violet, right? So as per the definition of analogous colors are the adjacent color in the sequence of 3, right? So orange, green and violet, they are not the analogous color, right? So your option B is the incorrect one. And in fact, the corrected statement for option B is orange, green and violet, they form the triadic combination, right? They form the triadic combination. Now, what is the definition of this triad combination? It is provided in this particular question paper. You can refer this question paper and this the explanation provided at question 15. The next option which you can focus is option D. Blue, green, orange and red are the tetrad combination. Now what is tetrad combination? The rectangle or tetradic color scheme uses 4 colors arranged into 2 complementary pairs, right? So green and red, they are complementary to each other, they are opposite to each other. Similarly, blue and orange, they are complementary to each other. So these 4 colors, they form the tetrad combination. So in the question, they have mentioned blue, green, orange and red. So blue is here. Next, the complementary color to blue is orange, right? And then red. The complementary color to red is green. So blue, green, orange and red, yes, they are forming the tetrad combination. So option D is the correct one. Then we will focus on option A. Yellow, blue, violet and red violet are split complementary colors. Now what is split complementary colors? You have to select any of the color and then you have to select the colors which are adjacent to the opposite color. For example, here this is violet color and the color opposite to this the color opposite to violet will be yellow and the adjacent color to yellow will be yellow green and yellow orange. So this yellow green, yellow orange and violet will form a split complementary combination. So in the question they have mentioned yellow, blue violet and red violet, right? So yes, they are forming the this split complementary combination. So your option A will also be the correct one. Then we'll focus on option C. CMYK is a subtractive color system. Now the question based on this additive color system and subtractive color system was also previously asked in one of the question paper. The additive color system, the red, green and blue, these basic colors, they form the additive color system, whereas the CMYK we generally use for the printing purposes, they form the subtractive color system. These additive colors, they are generally suitable or they are generally used for the digital presentation. But if we need to take the printout, then generally the subtractive colors are used. So CMYK is a subtractive color system. Yes, the sentence mentioned at option C is also the correct one. So here the correct answer for this multiple select question will be option A, C and D. So 2 more marks you could have added here. So total score till this question 38 will be 45. The next question is based on your landscape architecture. Question 39 is which of the following statement or statements is or are true? Again a multiple select question. The Royal Botanical Garden is in Kew, England. The Villa d'Estate is in Tivoli, Italy. Indira Gandhi Memorial Tulip Garden is in Srinagar, Jammu and Kashmir, India. The Shinjuku Goen National Garden is in Beijing, China. Now we have already discussed, or the reference was available related to the sentence mentioned at option A, the Royal Botanical Garden, or we shortly Kew Garden, which is situated in England. It is the type of English garden. The reference was available. You can check GATE 2013 question paper at question 8, wherein this particular image was already provided. So your option A is the true, or it is the correct one. The option B is Villa d'Estate, which is in Tivoli, Italy. Yes, this is the type of Italian garden. So option B is also the correct or a true statement. Option C, Indira Gandhi Memorial Tulip Garden. Yes, it is situated in Srinagar and it is a type of botanical garden or a tulip garden. So C is also the true statement. Statement D is the incorrect one. This Shinjuku Goen National Garden, it is not in Beijing. It is in the Japan and it is a type of Japanese garden. So option D is the incorrect one. So here the options which will be the options which are suitable and correct for question 39 is option A, B and C. I have not included marks for this particular question because it may depend upon whether you are aware about this Shinjuku Goen National Garden, which is situated in Japan. There was no reference available, so you can add this the information related to this Japanese garden in your notes. Question 40 again related to the landscape architecture. Which of the following statement or statements is or are true? Multiple select question. Option A, hibiscus or China rose is a shrub which has red, pink, white and yellow blossoms. Yes, we generally find that China rose, they are of these different colors. It is red in color, pink, white and yellow colors. So option A is the correct one, or it is a true statement. The reference was available related to this hibiscus plant. Where it was there in ISRO 2015 at question 24. You can check this particular question and the explanation available for this question. So yes, this table was already provided in that particular question of ISRO 2015. So option A is the true statement. Let's focus on option B. It says Frangipani, Champa and Plumeria alba are the names of the same flowering tree. The reference related to this particular tree was available in multiple question papers. It was available in GATE 2019 at question 35, GATE 2017 at question 22, as well as in UPSC-CPWD 2015 at question 84. The question related to this Plumeria alba, or in general we call in the common term as Champa tree, was asked, or the reference was there. So if you concentrate, or if you can just refer and open this particular question paper in set 1 in GATE 2019, the question was related to what is the color of the flower, right? What is the, I think, match the scientific names of the trees provided in column 1 with the corresponding color of their bloom in column 2. So Plumeria alba, in general we call it as a Champa tree. It is white in color. The flower is in white in color. So yes, the Frangipani, Champa and Plumeria alba, they are the names of the same flowering tree. So your option B is also the true statement. Option C is Jacaranda, Gulmohar and Amalthas are flowering trees. Yes, all these three are the flowering trees. We have also discussed all these trees in previous year question paper. You can check ISRO 2017 question 70, ISRO 2018 question 78 in your set 1 of Architects Guidebook. So statement given at option C is also the true statement. It is correct statement. Statement D, the fruit of kadam or kadamba tree is conical in shape and poisonous for humans. It is the incorrect statement because this fruit is not poisonous. In fact, it has medicinal uses. So the fruit and the inflorescence, they are edible by humans, and the fresh leaves are also fed to cattle. So the statement mentioned at option D is the incorrect one. So here you can write in your final answer the true statements are option A, B and C. So a 2-mark question, again easy to solve. The references related to A, B, C was available in the previous year question paper. So 2 more marks you could have added here. Total score till this question will be 47. Question 41 is, which of the following is or are component or components of right of way ROW of a road? Multiple select question. The options given are building line, curb, carriageway and sidewalk. Now we have discussed this terminology right of way in Architects Guidebook for competitive exams in set 2. If you are referring this particular book and if you go through the section B 2.3 infrastructure planning at subsection 2.3.5.2 in traffic design consideration elements, we have discussed this right of way thoroughly along with this diagram. So I will explain the terminologies in this right of way. Your first thing is carriageway. Your actual road wherein the vehicles are moving it is called as the carriageway. Now the width of the carriageway varies depending upon what kind of road it is and what kind of traffic is flowing on that carriageway. Then it comes your shoulder. So the space in case of an emergency, it should be available so that vehicle can be parked over there, or your footpath will come on this shoulder. So carriageway plus the side shoulders, they will form the roadway, right? Apart from that, you will need some kind of a space so that in case in future there is a road widening, you will need a space. Otherwise all those construction will touch till this line and there will be no space left, or there will be no space available for your future road widening. So always a government acquires some kind of additional space than the required roadway. So your margin, shoulder and carriageway, it total includes the space which is called as the right of way, or it is also called as formation of width. So if you again go through the options, here it is mentioned as curb. Now what is curb? It is kind of a separation, or it is a kind of a divider in between the carriageway and your shoulder, right? Carriageway or your footpath. The curbstone is also provided at this location, wherein the carriageway will be divided into two parts by the center median. So this curbstone, it is a part of right of way. Then carriageway, as I said, yes, it is a part of right of way, as well as the sidewalk. This shoulder or sidewalk, it is also part of right of way. Wherein if you consider option A, building line, now this is not the part of right of way. Now what is building line? I will explain briefly here. As I said, apart from the roadway, you need some space or some kind of a marginal space so that in case of road widening, this space is available to widen the road. Now after, once the marginal space ends here, this is called as the boundary line. Okay, the first line is your boundary line. Now whether you can construct your building till this point? No, you cannot construct your building till this point. Whenever you are constructing a building, you have to leave some kind of a setback from your right of way. So after this boundary line, you will leave some kind of a setback, and the line which will come here will be called as building line. So in short, what is building line? The line till which you can construct the building. Now whether you can construct all types of building till this building line? No. In case of a commercial building, you cannot construct your commercial building till this building line. Now what is the reason? Once the commercial setup is coming or commercial development is going on, you need some kind of a space so that people can have people can park there, people can wait there. If there is some kind of open kind of a commercial area is available next to the commercial building, like just imagine some kind of a mall or some kind of a commercial market is coming, then the space which is available next to that commercial tower or a mall, commercial mall, will be much more wider than your residential building. So there are three terminologies. First one, as I said, here this line shows your boundary line, wherein actually your the right of way will end here. Then after this you have to leave the setback, and the next line which will come here will be your building line. You cannot construct a single thing between this boundary line and building line. If you construct something, it will be illegal and government will take action against those construction. Then second thing, as I said, you cannot construct the commercial development till your building line. If you have to develop some kind of a commercial complex, then there is a separate line which is called as the control line. So in this question 45, your curb, carriageway and sidewalk, the option B, C and D, they are the component of right of way, and building line is not your the component of right of way. So here option B, C and D would be the correct answer to get full 2 marks. Right? So we have achieved 47 marks till last question 40. 2 more marks you could have added here. So total score till this question will be 49. Question 42. As per the National Building Code of India 2016, terminologies associated with firefighting in a building is or are which of the following? Again, a multiple select question. The options given are A, refuge area, B, water sprinkler system, C, panic bar, and D, atrium. Again, this was one of the very easy question of GATE 2024. As we know, refuge area, this is generally provided in case of emergency. This area is provided so that people can be evacuated from this area safely by the firefighters. Second is water sprinkler system. It works as a smart building system. In case of a fire, the water sprinklers get activated automatically, and so that the fire can be controlled. C is the panic bar. Now, where this panic bar is provided, we have already discussed, I think, all these terminologies, and the illustration for this panic bar was provided in the earlier year question paper of GATE 2016 question 30. You can pause the video and check. We have already discussed this panic bar. So this panic bar is nothing but a horizontal bar provided at the fire exit door, wherein you can just push that bar and the fire exit door will open on the outside. Why it is provided? In case of an emergency, you cannot provide the typical latch the locks which are typically provided for the for remaining doors. You will simply push that panic bar and the door will open on the outside. This is provided for those at those locations like near the staircase or near your main exit in case of a fire. The reason behind provide this panic bar, again, the other reason is generally the staircases, the fire tower is kept pressurized so that the smoke will not rise upwards in case of a fire. So this panic bar helps to provide the pressurized duct in that fire escape staircase. So you can read about this, or you can go through the illustration which is provided at GATE 2016 at question 30. So I think answering this question was easy, but there was a twist for this question. The option D, atrium, I think atrium is provided in, it can be provided in any type of building. So it is not directly related with the firefighting, but as per the final answer key, the GATE authority, they have decided that if the candidate has marked A, B, C, D, all 4 options, then also they have provided full marks for this particular question. But in the first answer key, they have provided A, B, C as the correct one. So I think here, if you have marked A, B, C, or if you have marked A, B, C and D, all 4 options, then you could have got 2 more marks for this particular question 42. So total score you could have achieved for this or till this question 42 will be 51. The next question is numerical answer type question, question 43. The question is, for the beam shown adjacent, this figure was provided. Ignoring the self weight, the maximum hogging moment in kilonewton meter generated for the loads indicated is how much? the numerical answer type question. Exactly the similar question was earlier asked in, and it was also explained in GATE 2022 at question 63. You can pause the video, you can check that particular question 63 of GATE 2022, try to solve it, or first I will say try to understand how the question was solved, and then you can try to solve this particular question 43 of GATE 2024 on your own. So let's start solving this particular question. The first step which you have to do is you have to calculate the end reaction. So I have just named these particular points as point P. Here I have mentioned the end support as point P. Then this point load I have mentioned as Q. Then here the portion wherein this uniformly distributed load is there, I have mentioned RS, and in the sequence this end is point T. So we will calculate the end reaction, that is the reaction at P and reaction at S. Now the loads which are given in this diagram, first is the point load of 3 kilonewton. So we will write it as it is 3 kilonewton plus this 2 kilonewton per meter UDL is distributed over a distance of 2 meters. So we will just add 2 plus 2 plus this remaining point load of 5 kilonewton. So this total will be 3 plus 4 plus 5, it will be 12 kilonewton. Now first we will take moment at point P. We will first assume that moment at point P is 0. So how we can calculate? Just 3 into 1, right? 3 into 1 plus, we will convert this UDL into point load first, and then we'll take the distance up to this midpoint. Okay, so 2 into 2, it will be 4, plus half of this 2 meter will be 1. So this 1 plus 1.5 will be 2.5 plus 1. So 4 into 3.5 minus the value of RS is not known to us. So minus, because this force is acting upwards, so minus RS into the total distance. So 2 plus 1, 3 plus 1.5. So RS into 4.5 plus this point load acting downwards will be plus 5 into the total distance. So 2 plus 2, 4, 4 plus 1, 5, 5 plus 1.5 will be 6.5. So 5 into 6.5, and we have assumed the moment at T equal to 0. So if you calculate this, or you will if you solve this equation, you will get the value of RS, which will be 11 kilonewton. So just simply put the value of RS in this equation, you will get the value of RP, or the reaction at P, will be 1 kilonewton. Now the second step which we will do here is we will draw the shear force diagram of the SFD. So there is no force on the left side of point P. So shear force at P left, on the left of P, will be 0 kilonewton. Shear force on the right of P, because there is we have just calculated the value of RP, right? We have calculated the value of RP. So shear force at the right of P will be 1 kilonewton. It will continue till this Q left, till the left portion of point Q. At point Q, there is a vertically downward facing point load of 3 kilonewton. So 1 minus this 3 will be minus 2 kilonewton. So this will be the shear force at Q right. So it will continue till your R left, and at R left, this minus 2, again there is this UDL of 2 kilonewton per meter spread over a distance of 2 meter. So minus 2 into 2, that means 4. So minus 2 minus 4 will be minus 6 kilonewton. Similarly, this will continue till your left side of S, and at S right, that means at S right, it will be this minus 6 plus, we have calculated just the value of RS. So minus 6, and it is vertically down, it is acting upwards. So minus 6 plus 11, the value will be 5 kilonewton. Now it will continue till your T left, and because at point T there is a downward force of 5 kilonewton, it will be 5 minus 5. So shear force at T right will be 0 kilonewton. So you can draw this shear force diagram by putting this value, and you can complete the shear force diagram. Now what we need to find out, we have to find out a maximum hogging moment. They have already mentioned this hogging moment. So one thing we know that the maximum bending moment, it occurs when your slope changes its sign, or it passes through 0. Now the question based on this term, uh, it is, we generally call it as point of contraflexure. The question based on this particular definition was earlier asked in GATE 2007. So the next thing is this maximum moment. If it is a positive moment, we call as a sagging moment, or a sagging moment, vice versa, we say it is a positive moment. In case um, uh, hogging moment, we call as a negative moment. So negative sign shows the hogging reaction, and the positive sign shows the sagging reaction, sagging moment. So it occurs at the point of 0 shear. So we'll calculate the bending moment. The bending moment at end will be 0. That means bending moment at P equal to 0, and bending moment at T will also be equal to 0. Now bending moment at Q, okay, bending moment at Q, it will be this 1 into 1, right? The distance is 1. So 1 into 1, it will be 1 kilonewton meter. Again, bending moment at R, there is no vertical force here at point Q. So we will take 1, right? 1, this the reaction at RP. So 1 into the total distance, 1 plus 1.5, it will be 2.5. So 1 into 2.5 minus this force, this point load, 3 kilonewton. So minus 3 into the distance, which is 1.5. So 1 into 2.5 minus 3 into 1.5, it will be minus 2 kilonewton meter. Then as I said, bending moment at T, you can directly write as 0 kilonewton meter. Then bending moment at S, it will be this minus 5 into distance 2. So you can in a way directly write minus 10 kilonewton meter here. So here if you see the maximum bending moment or the hogging moment, it is at point S, right? It is at this point, minus 10 kilonewton. So in question, they have already mentioned that the maximum hogging moment, that means you don't need to put this minus sign in your final answer. You have to just write only 10 in your final answer, because they have already mentioned it is hogging moment. Because the negative sign shows hogging, you have to just put the answer as 10. And as per the final answer key, they have provided the range of answer in between 9.9 to 10.1, taking the average, or it is your answer is in between this range, you will get full 2 marks. So easy question. As I said, the similar question was earlier asked in GATE 2022 at question 63. So it was very easy to solve, not a difficult one. So 2 more marks you could have added here. So total score till this question would have been 51. Next numerical answer type question, question 44, was also easy. Similar like the earlier question, the reference or the exact similar question was earlier asked and explained in your set 1. We'll just see the question and where was the reference available. The question says, at present the cost of a new office equipment is rupees 50,000. It has 15% salvage value after useful life of 5 years. Using straight line method of depreciation, the book value of the equipment 3 years from now in Indian rupees will be how much? The similar question was earlier asked and explained in GATE 2013 at question 52 and 53. Again, I will say you can pause the video, solve that particular question 52 and 53, understand that question, and try to solve this question 44 on your own. I am sure that you will be able to solve this question very easily. So let's start solving this question. The first thing which they have mentioned is the salvage value of the equipment after 15 years. It will be 15% of its original value. That means the present price, at the present price of that equipment is 50,000, and they are saying that after useful span, after useful life of 5 years, it will be 15%. So how much is 15% of 50,000? It will be 7,500, right? Then what is the formula to calculate the annual depreciation? Cost of a new equipment minus salvage value. What is the value at the end of its useful lifespan? You will minus it from its original cost divided by life of that equipment. Now that life they have mentioned in years. So you will get annual depreciation by which value it will depreciate per annum. So just subtract this 7,500 which we have just find out here. So 50,000 minus 7,500 divided by the useful life is 5 years. So you will get your annual depreciation of rupees 8,500. Right? The next thing they have mentioned that what will be the book value of the equipment 3 years from now. Now what is book value? That means you will subtract the depreciation and again at what price you can buy the equipment again. So that will be the book value. So after 3 years, what will be the depreciation? It is depreciating at the rate of rupees 8,500 per annum. So in 3 years, the total depreciation will be 25,500. So your book value, as I said, it will be the original cost at present minus your depreciation for that particular span, which has mentioned in the question as 3 years. So that will be your book value. So here the book value of that equipment from 3 years after purchase, it will be 50,000 minus 25,500. So it will be 24,500. Very easy question. In just 3 to 4 steps, we just calculated the final answer. And as I said, the reference was available, very easy to solve. 2 more marks you could have added here. So total score till this point would be 53. Question 45 is related to your CPM and PERT or project management. Question 45 is the network diagram of a construction project is shown in the adjacent figure. The duration of each activity in days and the early start time of the project are denoted in the diagram. These values, they show the duration of each activity and they have mentioned the early start of the project at day 0. They are denoted in the diagram. The total project duration along the critical path in days is how much? Again, like a previous question, the similar question was earlier asked and explained in GATE 2022, the recent one at question 46. Now, we will draw the table which I will explain soon based on the values they have provided in the figure. What we can do, first we will write in the first column as activity, what is the early start, what is the duration. If we add those two figures, we will get the earliest finish time for this particular activity. Then at the end, we will write which activities, the predecessor activity for that particular activity. Now for the first one, for activity P, the early start is 0. The duration they have mentioned here to the bottom side of P is 1, and so that if you just add 0 plus 1, the early finish will be 1. P is the first activity. There is no activity which is preceding this activity. There is no predecessor for activity P. So we'll just put dash here. The next activity which we will focus is activity Q. The activity Q, the early start will be 1, right? The early start will be 1 after activity P. What is the duration they have mentioned? It is 9. So 1 plus 9, so earliest finish will be 10. Now for this activity, the predecessor is activity P. For Q, the predecessor is P. Similarly, we will calculate for activity S. The early start will be 1. The duration they have mentioned 6. 1 plus 6, earliest finish will be 7. Again here the predecessor activity is P. Now we will focus on activity U. Here activity U, they have mentioned duration as 9. But for activity U, there are two predecessor activities, which is activity S and activity P. So can we start the U activity at 1? No, because it is dependent on this activity S also. So which is the earliest finish between this activity P and S? It is my mistake. Which is the latest finish for as compared to activity P and C? It is the if you compare C for activity P, the earliest finish is 1, and for activity S, the earliest finish is 7. So you cannot start your activity U at 1 because it is depend on S activity. The earliest start will be 7, right? The duration they have mentioned 9, so 7 plus 9, the earliest finish will be 16. So here we will mention the predecessor activity for activity U as P and S. Similarly, then we will calculate for activity R. Now activity R, the predecessor activity is Q. The earliest finish for activity Q, we just got here as 10. So 10 plus 7, the earliest finish will be 17. So here, as we have already wrote down, that the predecessor activity is Q. Now for activity T, the earliest finish of the predecessor activity, that is S, the earliest finish of activity S is 7. So we will just write the earliest start for the activity T is 7. 7 plus 4, the earliest finish will be 11. Then for T, I said the predecessor activity is S. Then the only remaining activity or the end activity is activity V, wherein the predecessor activities are 3 activities, which are the R, T and U. R, T and U. Now we have to compare the earliest or the latest finish of the predecessor activities. So we'll just see the for activity R. So it is the earliest finish of activity R is 17. Then for T it is 11, and for U it is 16. So the earliest start for activity V will be 17. The maximum of the predecessor activity or the latest finish of the activity. So we'll just write 17 here. So 17 plus 1 will be 18. Just try to understand why I have written this 17, because these activities depend on 3 activity. Till the time your activity R is not getting ended, you cannot start this V activity, right? So this is the activity which is getting finished at the end or at the last as compared to the other 2 activities R and T and U, right? T and U. So 17 plus 1 will be 18. So this is your maximum, or this is your actual total project duration along the critical path. So here the answer will be 18. 2-mark question, very easy to solve. Just you need to put the values and in the tabular form and calculate the answer. So 2 more marks you could have added here. Total score till this question would have been 55. Question 46, again easy to solve. Just write the information in the tabular form. Question 46 is, the design of a 1200 capacity concert hall considers 1/3 female audience and 2/3 male audience. The adjacent table shows the guideline for calculating water closet requirements. Using the above guidelines, the number of water closets required for the total audience is how much? So the total capacity they have mentioned what is the how much is the female audience, how much is the male audience. They have mentioned the guidelines, and we have to calculate the total number of water closets required for this 1200 population. So first thing, total capacity they have mentioned 1200. Then the second thing, they have mentioned the female audience is 1/3 of this population. So 1/3 of 1200 will be 400, and the male audience is 2/3 of 1200, which will be 800. So now we will divide the male population, female population. The male population is 800. The condition which they have mentioned here in the question is, for the male population, the requirement of WC is 1 number per 100 up to first 400, right? So among this 800, if you take the audience of first 400, then 1 WC per 100 for the, so total for first 400 audience, you will require 4 WCs, right? Similarly, on the other hand, for the female population, the condition is 3 number of WCs per 100. Okay. So for first 200 audience, for first 200 female audience, there will be a requirement of, that means 3 into 2. That means 6 WCs will be required for first 200 audience. Now we will calculate for the remaining one. So for the male population, we have just provided the sufficient number of WCs as per the guidelines for first 400. Now, what is the remaining population? The remaining population is 400. Now, what is the second condition in question they have mentioned is the requirement changes after first 400 and over 400, one number of WC for every 250 or part thereof. That means after 400, the remaining population is 400. Among those 400, we need to provide one WC for first 250, right? And then again, one number of WC for the remaining one. So, one number of WC we have provided for those 250. For here, how much is the remaining population or the remaining audience, female audience? For from 400, we have already provided sufficient WCs for first 200. Now, for the remaining 200, the condition changes. This is two numbers every 100 or part thereof, right? So for remaining 200, the requirement will be 4 WCs. So we have catered the requirement for entire female population or the female audience here. That means total 10 WCs will be required for this 400 female audience. Now here we are left with again 150 because 400 plus 250, 650 male audience we have already considered. Now for the remaining 150, again as they are saying, one number for every 250 or part thereof. That means again for those remaining 150, we have to again consider one more WC, right? So just add these numbers 4 plus 1 plus 1 plus 6 plus 4. So total will be 16. That means there is a requirement of 16 WCs for this 1200 capacity concert hall. Very, very easy question for 2 marks. You could have easily added 2 marks for this question and could have scored 57 till this question 46. The next numerical answer type question, again the reference or the similar question was previously asked. The question is, a declining industrial town has proposed to improve water sustainability by reducing stormwater runoff through change of land use, land cover as shown in the adjacent table. Now, two concepts have been added here. One thing is there is a change of land use, and as well as there is a twist in the question. Considering a flat topography and zero additional runoff from the adjoining areas, the reduction in runoff generation for a 400 mm rainfall event in the industrial town for the proposed intervention in cubic meter is how much into 10 raised to 6. Now, the longer the question, the easier it will be, right? They have mentioned the land, the particular land uses, land use, land cover. What is the runoff coefficient? What is how much area is currently or at present or existing under that current land use, and then what kind of an intervention that particular city is doing, and in terms of a land use change. So as I said, the similar question was earlier asked and it was explained 2 times, right? In GATE 2017, you can see question 46. You can check GATE 2015 question 50 also. Try to solve these questions first, and then you can easily, as I said, you will be easily able to solve this particular question 47 of GATE 2024. You can pause the video and just go through those 2 questions of previous year question paper. So here, as I already explained, this formula, it must be by heart to you, and I think it is very easy to solve or easy to remember. The formula is to calculate total runoff surface. Total surface runoff is Q equal to C into I into A. Now, what is Q? Q is the total surface runoff. C is the runoff coefficient of that particular area. I is the rainfall intensity. Sometimes it is given in mm per hour. Sometimes it is given meter per hour. And then A is that particular area under that land use or any area which is mentioned in the question. So the rainfall intensity, as I already said, it is mentioned by them, it is 400 rainfall event. So 400 that means they have not mentioned 400 per hour, but you have to assume this 400 says 400 rainfall in 1 hour, right? So because the answer, the question desired is in cubic meter, so we will convert all these figures in the meter unit. So this 400 per hour, that means 400 is equal to 0.4 meter. So this rainfall intensity will be 0.4 meter per hour. The next thing, the existing areas, if you look at this table, they have mentioned the areas in hectares, and the answer which they are asking is it is in cubic meter. So you must convert the areas from hectare to meter. Now multiple times I have given this conversion factor, and it must be you all must be aware about this, that 1 hectare equal to 10,000 square meter. So whatever the values given in hectare, you have to just convert into the meter. Now here they have mentioned 1500. So if you multiply 1500 by 10,000, you will get some longer values, right? So don't need to write those longer values. Just this 1500, it means 15 into 10 raised to 2 into 10 raised to 4, right? Because 1500, you just convert the entire this 1500 hectare into square meter. So conversion of this 1500 hectare into square meter, just to so that some short values, to get some short values, I have just converted this 15 hectare. While converting into the square meter, I have just written 15 into 10 raised to 6 square meter. Why I am doing this? Because in question they have mentioned the answer they are desiring, they have the factor which is like into 10 raised to 6. So I'm just writing the values of this 1500 hectare into 15 into 10 raised to 6 square meter. You can convert the other areas in the similar fashion. So the first thing is, what is the total runoff we will calculate, which is at present, right? Then we will calculate according to the what is the proposed intervention. So first thing is, again we will solve it in the tabular manner. The land use, land cover at present, the first one is industrial, the runoff coefficient is 0.7, which is C, as I just discussed in this formula. The existing area in square meter we have just calculated, right? This 1500 hectare we have converted into 15 into 10 raised to 6 square meter. So that will be your A, right? The rainfall intensity, that is I, we have just calculated here, which is 0.4. So your Q, the value of Q will be C into A into I, right? C into I into A. So this 0.7 into 15 into 0.4, it will be 4.2. You will not multiply this figure and you will write it as it is, 4.2 into 10 raised to 6. Similarly, you can do for the rest of the land uses, like for the residential, playground, park and playground, and forest. So here the total surface runoff will be the addition of this Q, because this is Q1, this is Q2, Q3 and Q4. So your total surface runoff at present, right, at present will be 7.58 into 10 raised to 6. What will be the unit? The unit will be meter cube. Okay. Now the total runoff after change of land use, what they have proposed, the proposed area in hectare. For example, let's focus on industrial. The proposed land use, the industrial land use is getting reduced from existing 1500. The land use or the area will be reduced to 800. So similar table you can develop, just the table which we have discussed right now, you can convert for the proposed land use. So what will be the scenario in for the proposed one? Is 800 hectares, it will be 8 into 10 raised to 6. Similarly, how we have done for this 1500 hectare, we have converted into the square meter. You will convert these figures into square meter. So I am just writing 8 into 10 raised to 6 square meter, 12 into 10 raised to 6 for residential, and it goes on. Now the rainfall intensity, it is constant or it is the same one, right? So it is 0.4. You have to just calculate again 0.7 into 8 into 0.4, it will be 2.24 10 raised to 6 as it is, and similarly you will find out the values for the all the remaining land use land cover. So what will be the total? The total will be 6.24 into 10 raised to 6. Now what they are asking, the reduction in the runoff generation. They are not asking what will be the total runoff after the intervention or after the change in land use. They are asking a reduction in the runoff generation. That means you have to find out what is the difference between the earlier one or at the existing one, and then how much is the total surface runoff after this proposed land use changes. So the reduction in runoff generation due to the proposed intervention, it will be the value which we have calculated in the first table, which was 7.58 minus this 6.24, again 10.6. As I previously said, it will remain constant or it will remain as it is. So just the difference of this 7.58 minus 6.24, it will be 1.34. Now in the answer desired, they have already mentioned this 10 raised to 6. So we have to just put this value of 1.34 in your final answer. You will get full marks because the range of answer, the gate answer key have provided, it was 1.30 to 1.38. So your answer 1.34 is in between this range. You will get full 2 marks. So 2 more marks you could have added here. Very, very easy question. And it was based on the previously asked question in one of the previous year question paper. So very easy to solve question. We are left with 2 more problems from this common and compulsory part A section. So let's discuss the next question, question 48. Question 48. The real estate developer is developing a township on a PPP mode. The total area of the site is 2.672 hectares with an allowable FAR of 2.25. of which 20% is earmarked for MIG category. The gross area of each MIG unit, including common areas and services, is 72 meters square. Assuming super built up area to be same as FAR, the maximum number of MIG apartments that can be considered is how much? Now these kind of questions are always the favorite questions of the examiner. You will find that multiple times this kind of a question have been previously asked. So the first thing which you should note down here is the total area of the site. They have mentioned it is in hectares, similar like the previous one. You have to first convert this area from hectares to square meters. The FAR which they have mentioned, it is 2.25. Right? So the total area which is 2.672 hectares, that means 2.672 into 10,000 square meter. So it will be 26,720 square meter. Because the conversion factor, again I will say, please note down or please by heart this, 1 hectare equal to 10,000 square meter. As per the information, the FAR which they have mentioned, it is 2.25. So total allowable built up area, it will be the multiplication of the present site area or the area of the plot into the your FAR. So what is the total allowable built up area? It will be 60,120 square meter. Now the second condition or the next condition which they have mentioned, it is 20% of this area, whatever allowable built up area, the 20% of that total allowable built up area is earmarked for the MIG category. So we'll calculate what is 20% of this 60,120. It will be 12,024 square meter. So this is earmarked for the MIG category. The next condition which they are mentioning is the gross area of each MIG unit, including your common areas and services, it is mentioned as 72 meters square. So here the figure which we got here, it is 12,024 square meter for the entire MIG category, out of which for one unit the area is 72 square meter. So we'll just divide this figure 12,024 square meter by this 72, will get the total number of MIG units, right? Got it? So maximum number of MIG apartments which can be constructed will be 167. Now the next thing which they have mentioned, assuming super built up area to be same as FAR, the maximum number of MIG apartment that can be constructed is how much? That means we don't need to consider again the separate super built up area. This area is same as the super built up area. So the answer which we just got here as 167 is your last answer. This is just given in order to avoid the confusion. So the final answer which was required here is exactly 167. If you go, if you put your values or the answer as 168 or 166, you will not get full 2 marks. So the answer should be correct as 167. So 2-mark question again. Till this question, question 48, your total score would have been 61. The last question from this common and compulsory part is question 49. A municipal town requires a volume of 70,000 meter cube compacted soil waste to fill a low-lying land. The city has a total of 10,000 households. Now remember, 10,000 is the household, it is not the population, right? Using the information as shown in the table on the estimated number of days which are required to fill the low-lying area land is how much? I think there is some kind of a spelling mistake or a spelling correction is required here, but we will solve the problem. The similar question you can check, it was earlier asked and explained in GATE 2023 at question 47. GATE 2023, that means just the previous year question. The similar question was earlier asked and explained at question 47. Question 26 of GATE 2014, 50 and 51 of GATE 2010 were of very similar nature. So you can solve those questions and then you can try solve this question on your own. But anyhow, we'll solve this question here. We'll tabulate the information as per the information given. The first thing which they have mentioned, it is type of house. Okay, so we'll in first column we'll write type of house. The second thing, percent of household, then actual number of households, because here they have mentioned the city has total 10,000 households. The next thing which they have mentioned is equivalent volume of compacted solid waste generated per household per day. Now, in order to make the question tricky, they may have added equivalent volume of compacted solid waste generated per person, and they could have also given the what is the average people in the LIG category, average people in MIG and average in HIG. Then again you have to multiply that particular population per household into the total number of households, right? So here directly they have mentioned equivalent volume of compacted solid waste generated per household per day. So we will write that in the next column, and then what will be the total solid waste generated by all those by that particular category of households. So in tabular form you can develop the table like this. So LIG they have mentioned 30%. So 30% of 10,000 will be 3,000. Similarly, 60% of 10,000 will be 6,000, and the remaining 10,000 will be 1,000. The equivalent volume of compacted solid waste generated per household per day they have mentioned in this column. So we will write the values as it is as per the information given. Total solid waste generated by all household. So it will be just multiplication of these figures, 3,000 into 0.10, which will be 300 meter cube, and similarly it goes on. So what is the total of the solid waste generated by all household per day in a single day? It will be 300 plus 900 plus 200. The total will be 1400 meter cube. Now the next thing which they are asking, this town requires a volume of 70,000 meter cube. And why this 70,000 meter cube is required? It is required so that they can fill some particular portion of a low-lying land. Now in one day they are generating 1400 meter cube of solid waste. So in the question they are asking that how many days will be required so that this 70,000 this capacity will get fulfilled, right? So we'll just divide 70,000 meter cube by this 1400. We will get the value of 50 days will be required so that this low lying area will get completely filled with this municipal solid waste, right? This was the answer desired in your final answer, and you need to put the exact answer of 50. If you have mentioned 49 or 51, you will not get marks, because I think there was a simple conversion, so the answer was not given in particular range, and 50 was the only correct answer. So till this common and compulsory question, you could have achieved total score of 63. And I think for all the numerical answer type question, for almost all the numerical answer type question, I have mentioned that the similar numerical answer type question were previously asked in question papers, and those where detailedly explained, the formulas were also mentioned in set 1 of Acoustics guidebook. Now onwards, we will start solving the choice based question, the choice based section. The first section will be section B1 containing the architecture related question, and after that we will solve the section B2 containing the planning related question. So let's start solving the first choice based section of section B1. For better understanding or to avoid the confusion or to provide the more clarification, I would just like to explain about this part B. This part B contains two subsections, part B1 and part B2. These are your choice based section. Part B1 contains the architecture related question, B2 contains the planning related question. Candidate can attempt or he can select any of these section by his or her own choice. There is no separate score or ranking based on what kind of section or which kind of section you have selected in your final exam. Of course, you have ample lot of time after completing your general aptitude question and the common and compulsory question in your 3-hour duration of GATE exam. So you can go through both the sections and you can see from which section you can attempt the maximum number of questions in order to increase your score. So first we will solve the part B1 containing the architecture related questions. Total weightage for this section B1 or B2 is 25 marks. This section contains total 60 number of questions. First 7 questions are of 1 mark each. The remaining 9 questions carry 2 mark each. So 9 into 2 will be 18, 18 plus 7, total weightage is 25 marks. So first question 50 to 56, these 7 questions, they carry 1 mark each. Negative marking, again 1/3 negative marking in case it is a multiple choice question. No negative marking if it is a multiple select question or a numerical answer type question. So question 50 is, rose window is a characteristic feature of which of the following building? Options are Great Temple of Ammon, Karnak, Egypt, Temple of Jupiter, Baalbek, Lebanon, C. Notre Dame, Paris, France, D is Mayur Tomb, Nizamuddin, Delhi. Now the exact same question was previously asked in GATE 2011 at question 4. You can check this particular year question paper in set 1 of Acoustics Guidebook. So the question was, rose window is an iconic feature of which of the following options? So here I have already provided the illustration for this particular Notre Dame and this circular window, which is also called as the rose window. It was the iconic feature of Notre Dame in Paris. So here I think selecting option D in question 50 was not a difficult one. You could have added 1 more mark, so total score till this question would have been 64. The next question, question 51, again it was related to one of the recent GATE question paper of GATE 2022. The question was, the schematic diagram of a unitary air conditioner operating in a cooling mode is shown in the adjacent figure. The component P marked in the figure represents, this is the component they are showing, it is near indoor and this is your outdoor space, right? So we have to identify which component is shown by this nomenclature P. The options are condenser, evaporator, compressor, and expansion valve. As I said, the similar question was earlier asked and explained in GATE 2022, question 42. I have already provided the related diagram in the question, in that particular question. So the question was, in an ideal air conditioning cycle shown adjacent, which of the following statement or statements are true in the segments P, Q, R, and S? Earlier they have asked whether it is a liquid state here and what will be the pressure at this particular location at Q, R, S, and P. We have to identify the state of whether it is a vapor or whether it is a liquid and what will be the pressure at that particular time. Here I have already mentioned the first component in the air conditioning cycle is compressor, then your condenser, third one is the expansion valve, and fourth one is the evaporator. Now this compressor and condenser, they are part of your outdoor units, whereas expansion valve and evaporator, they are part of your indoor units, right? So the four main functional fundamental components, as I said, of air conditioning cycle, we have already discussed this in the tabular form. You can check this particular question paper. So I will just briefly explain this air conditioning cycle. The compressor, it is your first step in the refrigeration cycle. So what is the role of the compressor? It increases the pressure of the refrigerant or the working gas, so that due to increase in pressure, the temperature will rise, right? So this Q, and when the temperature, when the vapor or the refrigerant leaves the compressor, at Q location, it is high pressure and high temperature vapor, right? So Q here in question 42 of GATE 2022, this Q was the incorrect one, because here the correct pair or the correct match would be Q vapor at high pressure, right? So because of that, here for question 42, this B option was incorrect one. Now after compressor, the next portion is condenser. Now what is the role of the condenser? The condenser removes the heat from that high pressure and high temperature vapor gas until it gets condensed into a saturated liquid state. So mainly the condensation process takes place in the condenser. Now while coming from the compressor, it is high pressure, high temperature vapor, right? And this temperature is little bit higher than the outdoor temperature. So as a basic law, heat flows from higher body to lower body. So whatever the extra heat, it will get expelled out in the from the condenser. So the from the condenser, as I said, it is already converted into the saturated liquid state, and it is at the high pressure and low temperature. Now we cannot use directly that liquid directly for the evaporator because the pressure is too high. We need to reduce the pressure. Now for that matter, this expansion valve will come into effect. Now what is the role of the expansion valve? It is exactly opposite of your compressor. Compressor pressurizes the refrigerant. Now the role of the expansion valve is depressurize. As I said already, here it is high pressure, low temperature liquid. So this expansion valve, it helps to create the drop in pressure, and after the refrigerant leaves the condenser. So this pressure drop, it causes some of the refrigerant to quickly boil, and it creates a two-phase mixture, liquid as well as the vapor, and this phase is called as a flashing. So in here in S, it is, what is the correct one? It is low pressure liquid or vapor one, right? So here for this S, as D is the correct one, S, this state shows liquid vapor pressure at low pressure, right? From here high pressure, we have, because of the expansion valve, it came into effect. We have converted the high pressure, low temperature liquid into low pressure, low temperature liquid, right? So at the end, the evaporator come into effect. What is the role of the evaporator? When the refrigerant enters the evaporator as a low temperature, low pressure liquid, the fan forces the air across this evaporator's fins and it cools the air at the same time it absorbs the heat from the indoor space, right? So the refrigerant is again sent back, like as you can see in the diagram, it again sent back. So at P again the vapor will be at low pressure and a little bit high temperature, right? So again the same cycle repeats. Compressor again increases the pressure, it is again sent back to Q with high pressure and high temperature. So cycle repeats itself. So here the correct component for or this P nomenclature, it correctly shows the component of evaporator. So I think selecting option B here for 51 again was not the difficult one. So one more marks you could have added here, and total score till this question 51 would have been 65. The next question, Titan Integrity Campus, Bangalore is designed by which of the following architects? Option A is Christopher Benninger, Sanjay Mohe, Raj Reval, Anant Raje. So this particular building or the campus, it has been designed by the firm Mindspace Architects with leading architect of architect Sanjay Mohe. This design, it connects the adjoining lake which was present at the site, and it connects this adjoining lake with the design. So this structure is a three floor structure with and many terrace level gardens have been provided at each level. Right? So it provides the insulation to the office spaces. It is type of a sustainable building. 5 number of atriums have been provided in the campus, and those atriums, they connect all the floors till your basement in order to reduce the load to provide the indoor lighting. So the correct option here was option B, Sanjay Mohe. I have not claimed mark for this because whether candidate is aware about this building or not. So directly we'll jump to question 53. With reference to the adjacent figure, which of the following labeling is or are correct? Again, the nomenclature P, Q, R, S, T have been mentioned in the figure, and we have to identify what this letter correctly shows, the element of the arch. Again, the similar question was previously asked and explained in GATE 2009 at question 50. What was the question? Match the notations in the given figure in group 1 with the corresponding names in group 2. So it was asked in the match the pair kind of a question. So here we have already discussed this terminology. I think in the types of, I have already explained the various types of arch in that particular question paper. So here you can see P shows 6. P shows 6, that is P is the keystone, Q is your rise, R is the extrados, S intrados, and T is here. The correct nomenclature was spring. So you can see that here in the question 53 of GATE 2024, Q shows the key. Okay, Q shows key. So you can see option A and D shows Q as the key. P, it shows extrados. Yes, correct. R shows span. Yes, R is the span. So your first option A is the correct one. By mistake, I have written here multiple choice question, but it is a multiple select question. Let's go through the remaining options and we'll find which, if there is any option correct from this given 4 options. Option B says Q is the key. It is correct. S as abutment. This is also the correct nomenclature. T is the rise. Yes. So option B is also the correct one. Option C says P is the abutment. No, it is not the abutment. It shows the extrados. R is the rise. No, R is the span. T is the extrados. T is the rise. R is the span. Right? So C option is also the incorrect one. Option D says Q is the key. Yes, first pair is correct. S is span. No, S is not span. It is the abutment. And T is extrados. No, it is your rise. Option D is also incorrect one. So here for multiple select question, the correct answer will be option A and B. So easy question to solve. One more mark you could have added here. So total score till this question would have been 66. Question 54. Which of the following building has or have pendentives as structural element? Multiple select question. Let's go through the options given. Option A, St. Mark Basilica, Venice, Italy. B, Westminster Cathedral, London, UK. C is Dilwara Temple, Mount Abu, India. D, Haya Iron Museum and Concert Hall in Istanbul. We have already discussed about this structural element of pendentive, which was the question related was earlier asked and explained in GATE 1991 at question 5, and again it was repeated in GATE 2007 at question 19. You can check this particular question paper, and as I have already explained therein, this pendentive, it was the characteristic feature of Byzantine architecture. Now, where this Byzantine architecture was mainly famous, it was mainly, you will find the examples mainly in Italy and Istanbul countries. Right? So, if you go through these structures, or the options, Saint Mark Basilica, Venice, Italy, yes, it was the type of, the structure is type of a Byzantine architecture style. Westminster Cathedral, London, UK, you will not find the Byzantine architecture style in London. Mainly, the style which was followed in London, it shows the Gothic architecture style. Similar examples you will find in the city of Mumbai or in city of Kolkata or Delhi, wherein in the British time of era, they have developed the monumental structures. Like take the example of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Terminus building in Mumbai, or the building opposite to that, the headquarter of Mumbai Municipal Corporation. So you can see in the illustration that this particular cathedral, it follows the same style of Gothic architecture style. C option C is Dilwara Temple, Mount Abu, India. No, it is totally the incorrect one, right? This particular temple, the question based on this, what kind of style has been followed in Dilwara Temple. So the style is Nagara style of architecture. You can see that the Ram Mandir temple, it has followed this Nagara style of architecture also. The remaining option, the Haya Iron Museum and Concert Hall, Istanbul, mainly you will find the examples of Byzantine architecture in the Istanbul. The very famous example is Hagia Sophia in Istanbul. So yes, D option is also one of the type of Byzantine architecture. So here option B and C are the incorrect one, and A and D are the correct choices for the multiple select question of 54. So one more mark you could have added here, but I have not considered, or I have not claimed this particular mark for your score. So question 55 is polytetrafluoroethylene PTFE coated fiberglass has been used as a roofing membrane in which of the following structures? And it is a multiple choice question. The options are Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium, New Delhi; Eden Garden Stadium, Kolkata; Melbourne Cricket Ground Stadium, Melbourne; and Beijing National Stadium, Beijing. Now, what is this PTFE? This polytetrafluoroethylene PTFE, commonly or by the, it is very famous by its brand name of Teflon. Now, what is Teflon? It is a coated woven fiberglass membrane, and mainly it is considered as durable material for the fabric structures. So why it is used in the fabric structures? The reason for this use is its capacity, its properties of high heat resistance and hydrophobic properties. So the question based on these two concepts was previously asked in GATE 2019, or I have already explained this in GATE 2019 at question 31, and as well as it was asked in GATE 2004 at question 17. So this, as I said, this material is mainly used for the tensile structures or the fabric structures. It is more or less you will find the use of this material in stadium roofs, in parking structures, or in the bus shelters. As per the final answer key, they have considered all the options as correct one, and marks to all have been provided. So one more mark you could have added here if you have selected any of the options, any option in your final answer key. So total score till this question would be 67. Question 56, numerical answer type question. Non-stop express elevator directly connects the observatory level at 80th floor of a tower with the podium at second floor level. You can underline this particular portion. The tower has a uniform floor to floor height of 4 meters. Here from these two sentences, we have to calculate what is the total height of that building. The elevator attains a maximum speed of 8 meter per second. Assume 2 meter per second square as net vertical acceleration and net vertical deceleration incorporating the gravity. If the elevator starts from a state of rest from the podium level, the time taken to reach the observatory in seconds will be how much? You have to write down the value rounded up to 1 decimal place. Now, as I said, you can highlight or you can underline this particular portion that the elevator is not connecting ground floor to the top level of 80th floor. It is actually starting at the second floor level. Then they have mentioned the uniform floor to floor height. The maximum speed of 8 meter per second is also mentioned here. So try to understand one thing, that when the elevator is at the state of rest, the velocity, the initial velocity is 0 meter per second. After some time, after traveling some distance, it will the velocity will gradually increase, and at some time it will attain its maximum speed, which is given as 8 meter per second. Now the elevator will travel with that constant velocity or with that maximum velocity of 8 meter per second, and when it is just about to reach the top floor, the 80th floor level, again the velocity will start decreasing from the 8 meter per second, and when it will come to the state of rest, the final velocity will be 0 meter per second. So what I want to say here is, here you have to use the first equation of motion and third equation of motion in order to calculate the value of the time taken to cover the entire distance from second floor podium level to the 80th floor top observatory level. Then you have to calculate the value of S, that means the displacement, that in how much time this elevator is attaining this maximum speed of 8 meter per second when it is starting from the state of rest or from the second floor podium level. So let's write down the value one by one. So as I said, as per the information, the net run of the elevator, that means it is not connecting ground floor to the top floor. It is not connecting the total entire 80 floors, right? It is connecting second floor podium to the observatory level, that which is on the 80th floor. So total floors which are connected or which are wherein the lift facility is available is only 78 and not 80, right? Then they have mentioned the uniform floor to floor height, which is 4 meter. So the total vertical distance or the net run of the elevator is 78 into 4, which is 312 meter. Right? Now the next thing which I just said, you have to use here your first equation of motion, which is related to the velocity, time and acceleration. Now here you know velocity. The final velocity, that means once the elevator is starting from the second floor podium level, it will cover some distance or in some time it will attain its maximum speed of 8 meter per second. So your initial velocity u is 0, then the final velocity v, it is 8 meter per second, for which the value is already given, right? A is the acceleration, and the value of acceleration is also mentioned, it is 2 meter per second square. We have to calculate in how much time this elevator is attaining that maximum speed or the maximum velocity. So as I said, here the value of v1 will just because we need to calculate for the final when it is actually reaching the 80th floor, I am just writing here the value of the velocity, the final velocity as v1, which is 8 meter per second, and the initial velocity u1, because it is at the state of rest, the initial velocity will be 0. So from here we will calculate the value of net vertical acceleration and the value of net vertical acceleration and deceleration is already mentioned, which is 2 meter per second square. Right? So by using this first equation of motion, you can calculate the value of t, which means you can convert this equation in this form, that is v minus u equal to at. So v minus u upon a will be the value of t. So here if you put the value of v, u and a as we have just written down here, the value of t will be 4 seconds. So just try to understand this equation 1. When the elevator is starting from the state of rest and it is starting from the velocity of 0 meter per second, after 4 seconds it is attaining the maximum speed of 8 meter per second, right? Then here, in order to calculate that how much distance it is covering in this 4 second, that means we have to calculate the displacement. So for that, we will use the third equation of motion, which is related to your velocity, displacement, and acceleration. So what is the third equation of motion? V square equal to u square plus 2as. Right? We know the v is final velocity, u is initial velocity, a is acceleration, s is the value of displacement or the distance covered. So simply if you put the value of vu, which is already we have assumed here as v is equal to 8, u equal to 0, you will get the value of s. Right? So the value of s will be 16 meter. So again, try to understand, it is the elevator is starting from the state of rest of 0 meter per second. It is covering a distance of 4 seconds, right? And in those 4 seconds, the elevator is covering a distance of 16 meter, and after covering this distance of 16 meter, the elevator is attaining its maximum speed of 8 meter per second. Now, similarly, or the opposite thing will happen when the elevator is about to reach its final, the observatory level, which is at 80th floor. That means at that time, the initial velocity will be 8 meter per second, right? And the final velocity will be 0 meter per second. So if you simply put this value here, you will get that again, in order to come to the state of rest from its maximum speed of 8 meter per second, the elevator will require 4 seconds. It will again cover the distance of 16 meter and 16 meter, and it will come to the state of rest at the 80th floor. So 16 meter plus 16 meter, initial 16 meter plus the end 16 meter, and the time required for first to cover the distance of first 16 meter is 4 seconds, and the last 16 meter, the time required is again 4 seconds. So that means in to cover a distance of 32 meter, to cover the distance of 32 meter, the elevator requires time of 8 seconds, right? So this is what I have written here. So total vertical distance, as we have calculated, the total run of the elevator, which is 78 into 4. 78 is the number of floors the elevator is connecting. 4 is the floor to floor height. So 312 is the net run of that elevator, which we have calculated in the initial part. So this 32 meter is also the part of this 312 meter, right? So if you just subtract the value of 32 meter from 312 meter, you will get the net distance. And for that distance, the elevator is traveling at the constant or at the maximum speed of 8 meter per second. Right? So simply you will divide this 280 meter per second by its maximum speed of 8 meter. You will get the time to cover the intermediate distance. So the time will be 35 seconds. So try to understand this thing, that the first 16 meter part it is covering in 4 seconds, the last 16 meter part the elevator is covering in 4 seconds, and the intermediate distance the elevator needs 35 seconds. So 4 plus 4, 8, and 8 plus this intermediate time of 35 seconds, you will get the total time the elevator requires to reach the observatory level. So the value will be 43 seconds. Here, as per the final gate answer key, the range of the answer given is 42 to 44. Your answer is exactly in between this range. You will get full marks for this question. So I have not claimed mark for this particular question because the question was, though it was for 1 mark, but bit lengthy. And if you were if you are aware about this, or you can recall your first equation of motion, second equation of motion, then I think solving this question was the easy task. So let's discuss the 2 marks question from question 57 onwards. Question 57, 2 marks question, match the pair kind of a question. Match the elements in group 1 with the corresponding religious buildings in group 2. The structural element or the characteristic features of that particular religious building is mentioned in group 1, and the religious buildings are mentioned in group 2. We have to identify which option correctly shows the pairs, correct pairs. So here you can observe that the question related to the element mentioned at Q in group 1, that is Mehrab, which is actually the correct corresponding religious building which is mentioned at 1 in group 2. This Mehrab is part of mosque. It shows it is there the direction of Makkah. So the question related to this Mehrab was earlier asked and explained in GATE 2016 at question 15 and GATE 1991 at question 2. You can check these particular questions. So the first pair which you can lock here is Q1. So whichever options which will show the pair other than Q1 will be the incorrect one. So option C shows Q4. Rest of the three options shows the option as the pair as Q1. So C is definitely the incorrect one. The next is the question related to the element which is Gopuram and which is the part of Hindu temple was previously asked and explained in GATE 2007 at question 23, GATE 1991 question 6 and UPSC-CPWD 2016 in question 100. So the second pair which you can lock here is R2. Right? So you can check that option D and option A is these two options shows Q1 and R2 as the common pair, and as well as the S3 is also the common one. So option you can delete this option B because it is the incorrect one. It is showing the wrong pair of R5. Now your final answer is either option A or option D. Now you can observe in option A and D, option A shows P5 as the pair and option D shows P4. So in first option A, this bell capital they have matched with Egyptian temple, and in option D, they have matched this bell capital with the Romanesque arch. But you can observe, or you must be aware about this thing by reading the information related to this Romanesque church, because it was already explained in UPSC MES 2019 at question 5 that the key feature or the structural element which is used in Romanesque churches is not the bell capital, but the correct type of or the correct structural element which is suitable to match the pair for the Romanesque church is the groin type of vault, right? So bell capital were never used in the Romanesque church. So when or while solving this match the pair kind of a question, the one thing you can do is which pairs are correct and which are not incorrect. So you can apply this kind of a strategy that you can first find out which are the incorrect answers, and I had just done, first you will find out which are the incorrect one, and then from the remaining options you can select the final correct answer. So here this P4, that means bell capital, is not correctly matching with Romanesque church, and bell capital is actually used in the Egyptian temple. So option D will be also the incorrect one, and the only correct option here is option A. So 2-mark question, very easy to solve. I have just referred the previous year question papers and selected the final answer. So total score you could have achieved till this question 57 would have been 69. Question 58, match the museums in group 1 with their architects in group 2. In group 1 they have mentioned Indira Gandhi Rashtriya Manav Sangrahalaya Bhopal, Q Bihar Museum Patna, R Gandhi Memorial Museum Ahmedabad. I think this pair is easy to answer. S Museum of Art and Photography Bengaluru. As I said, the question related to Gandhi Memorial Museum or Gandhi Memorial Ashram located at Ahmedabad, which is designed by Charles Correa. Selecting this first pair, that is R1, is easy here. So just compare the options. Option B, C and D shows this first correct pair as R1. So the second pair which you can select here is the renowned international architect Fumihiko Maki. He has designed the museum mentioned at Q, that is Bihar Museum Patna. So Q5 is the next pair which can derive your final answer as answer D, because none of the option, the remaining options shows Q5 as the correct one. The museum mentioned at P, Indira Gandhi Rashtriya Manav Sangrahalaya Bhopal, it is located just near to Bharat Bhavan, which is again designed by the Charles Correa. This museum is also called as Museum of Human or Museum of Human Mankind. So it shows the evolution of man and culture. So various the traditional architecture of various regions in Indian scenario have been put there in this Indira Gandhi Rashtriya Manav Sangrahalaya Bhopal, and lot of traditional activities or trainings this museum generally give to the visitors. So here the correct option was option D. MCQ question. Will not consider mark for this particular question because all the candidates may not be aware about the option which I selected in the second part, that is Bihar Museum Patna, designed by Fumihiko Maki. Question 59. Match the specially shaped bricks in group 1 with their corresponding nomenclature in group 2. So these specially shaped bricks have been mentioned in your group 1 and you have to correctly match the pairs from group 2. Earlier the question based on the illustrations of brickbat and their nomenclature was previously asked. So in the illustration they have mentioned half bat, queen closer, king closer, etc. And now for question 59 in GATE 2024 they have mentioned specially shaped bricks. Here the question related to this was asked for the first time. So you can observe the R shaped brick, it is chamfered along the stretcher end, right? Whereas the specially shaped brick shown in S, it is chamfered along the header side. So these two bricks, they are mainly used in the plinth where you need to give the shape along, like the plinth should be in the chamfered shape along the stretcher side. So the first pair which you can select here is R, it shows the plinth stretcher, right? R is the plinth stretcher and this S is the plinth header. So R5 is the correct one and S1 is the correct pair. So I think all the remaining options does not show this correct pair R5 and S1. This P is showing the double cant, right? It is chamfered along two sides, and the Q figure, this Q shows the squint. So here option A is the correct one. Again, will not consider marks for this question 59 and will directly jump for question 60. Correct option was option A for 59. Question 60. Which of the following statement is or are correct? Statement A is the unit of lighting power density is watt per meter square. Sentence B is unit of lighting power density is candela per meter square. Option C is the unit of sound power is watt. Option D says the unit of energy performance index is kilowatt hour per meter square per year. Let's focus on the statement mentioned at option A. The numerical answer type question related to this concept of or this terminology lighting power density was recently asked in GATE 2019 at question 21. You can check that numerical answer type question right now. So yes, statement A is correct one. The unit of lighting power density is mentioned or it is given in terms of watts per meter square. So this statement A is the correct one. Now the next statement, again the terminology is same, lighting power density, but the unit they have mentioned is candela per meter square. Now this statement is the wrong one. The corrected statement for this could have been this the candela per meter square, it is the unit of luminance and it is not the unit of lighting power density. As we have already discussed, the unit of lighting power density which is correctly mentioned in statement A is watt per meter square. Let's focus on option C. The sound of power is watts. Yes, this unit of sound power is mentioned, is we generally mention it in watt. So the question related to this sound power and its unit was earlier asked and explained in GATE 2018 at question 52. So yes, statement C is also the correct one. Statement D, the unit of energy performance index is kilowatt hour per meter square per year. Yes, the question related to this energy performance index, we have this also we have discussed earlier in ISRO 2020 at question 38, and there was a numerical answer type question also related to this concept of energy performance index. So this statement D is also the correct one, and as I said, statement B is the incorrect one, and the corrected statement could have been the unit of luminance is candela per meter square. And the similar question was earlier asked in GATE 2018 at question 28 related to this unit of luminance. Right? So again, the direct references were available related to state option A, C, and D. So I think selecting all these three options in this multiple select question was not a difficult one. So total score till this question 60 would have been 71. Question 61, which of the following statements or statements is or are correct? Multiple select question. Option A, Katkuni construction comprises layers of stone and timber. Option B is Nalukettu houses have courtyard. Option C, Ikra is a two-storied house with stone masonry and a flat roof. Option D is Bhunga has a circular plan. The question was related to the traditional architecture which is followed in the various parts of India. Let's focus on option A, Katkuni construction. Now this Katkuni construction, it is the indigenous construction style mainly followed or mainly famous in the isolated hills of Himachal Pradesh. Now what is the style? The building of this style, it employ the locally available wood and stone as the primary material, and many typical ancient structure of this style, they have survived the tectonic tremors, the earthquake tremors, and due to the resilience of these Katkuni structures. And what is the reason behind that? It is because of the flexibility of dry masonry and the alternate layers of wood beams. So the construction you can see in the illustration, they have the layers of this stone masonry, and in between that they have provided the wooden beams while constructing the walls. So and the walls were constructed without any other cementing material. So this Katkuni construction, it comprises of layers of stone and timber. So option A is the correct one. Nalukettu houses, the reference related to this Nalukettu house was earlier there in GATE 2022 in question 31. So what are these Nalukettu houses? This is the traditional architecture style followed in Kerala, and mainly these houses are constructed of 4 blocks and joined by a central courtyard. The material used are the wood with the Mangalore tiles, and materials used in this construction are the local materials which include wood and red bricks and mud. So option B is also the correct one, that Nalukettu houses, they have a courtyard, a central courtyard. Option C is Ikra is a two-storied house with stone masonry and a flat roof. Now this is the incorrect statement, because this Ikra house, it is the traditional construction style which is followed in the northeastern India. It consists mainly of typical bamboo houses known as the Ikra. Okay, and these are the simple one-storied structures as you can see in this illustration, but it is built just above the some kind of a tilt space is available at the lower level, and this is because in case of flood, this situation will help the resident to save their lives in the flood situation. So the material used are the wooden planks, thatch, etc. The roof is generally consists of GI sheets supported by wood or bamboo trusses. So in question they have mentioned that this Ikra is a two-storied house, so which is not a two-story house, it is a single-story house, and it is not constructed with stone masonry, it is constructed with bamboo, and the material, the roof is not the flat roof, it is the sloping roof. Okay? So C option is the incorrect one. Option D is Bhunga has a circular plan. Now these Bhunga houses, they are mainly found in the Kutch region of Gujarat. They have typically circular shape uh, to take the maximum advantage against the lateral forces of earthquake and storm, and they have the lightweight thatch roof. The walls are built with mud, plastered with mud, and the specific the characteristic feature or the highlight of this Bhunga houses was that when there was a severe earthquake in 2001, many other RCC structures, those RCC structures collapse in that earthquake, but these Bhunga houses, uh, they were not damaged even in that severe earthquake. So Bhunga houses has circular plan. This statement given at option D is also the correct one. So here the correct option for this MCQ, or the correct answer for this MSQ question would have been option A, B and D. Question 62. A 5-meter long aluminum tie rod of cross section 0.20 meter by 0.04 meter is subjected to a tensile force induced by its self weight of 21.20 kg per meter. Considering gravitational acceleration of 10 meter per second square, if the tensile Young's modulus of aluminum is 70,000 megapascal, the maximum tensile strain in the rod is how much into 10 raised to minus 6? The answer should be rounded off to 2 decimal places. Now, the similar question related to this question 62, numerical answer type question 62 of GATE 2024 was earlier asked and explained in GATE 2023 of at question 64, as well as in GATE 2014 at question 48. You can check those two particular question and try to solve this question on your own. So here in this question, the first thing which they have mentioned is the length of the rod, which is given as 5 meter. Right? The next thing they have mentioned the cross section, which is 0.20 meter by 0.04 meter. So we will find out what is the area. Right? So 0.20 into 0.04, the area will be 0.008 meter square. Just write down this as a equation 1. The next thing they are mentioning is the self weight, which is 21.20 kg per meter. Right? So you can calculate the total weight for the entire 5 meter length of aluminum rod. Right? So self weight mention is 21.20 kg per meter. So for the total mass over 5 meter length will be 21.20 into 5. So that will be 106 kilo. The value given for the gravitation acceleration A is mentioned as 10 meter per second square, right? So you can calculate the value of P. What is P? It is the load, which is mass into acceleration. Right? So value of P is equal to M into A. The value of M we have just calculated, it is 106. We'll multiply by the value mentioned or value given for the gravitational acceleration A as 10. So it will be 1060 kg meter per second square. Now, 1 kg meter per second square, it is equivalent to 1 Newton. I always suggest this to the GATE aspirants or for the aspirants of other recruitment exam. Please enlist all these conversion factors. Please write down or please make a list of the quantity and the unit used for that quantity. Right? So here 1060 kg meter per second square will be 1060 Newton. Right? From equation 1 and 2, we can find out the tensile stress. What is the formula for tensile stress? It is force upon area. Right? So force upon area or load upon area. So P, the value of P we have just calculated, it is 1060. We will divide this by taking the value of A from equation 1. So 1060 divided by 0.008, the value will be 1,32,500 Newton per meter square, right? Please write this as equation 3. Now the Young's modulus is mentioned, right? What is the formula for Young's modulus? It is tensile stress upon tensile strain. The Young's modulus value of E is mentioned as 70,000 megapascal. Now you have to convert this MPa into Newton per meter square. What is the conversion factor? 1 MPa equal to 10 raised to 6 Newton per meter square. Again, please write down this conversion in your notes. 1 MPa equal to 10 raised to 6 Newton per meter square. So this value 70,000 MPa, it will be 70,000 into 10 raised to 6 Newton per meter square. So right now you are aware about the value of Young's modulus. You know the value of tensile stress. Now just you have to put the value of E tensile stress. You can calculate the value of tensile strain. So as I just said, Young's modulus E equal to tensile stress upon tensile strain. The tensile strain will go here and Young's modulus will come at the denominator. So tensile strain will be tensile stress upon Young's modulus. So the value of tensile strain you can just calculate by dividing this tensile stress, which is 1,32,500, divided by the value of E, which is 70,000 into 10 raised to 6. Right? So this 10 raised to 6 will go at the numerator, so it will be 10 raised to minus 6. You just need to divide 1,32,500 by 70,000. So the value will be 1.89. Okay. So this value you have to put in your final answer. As per the final answer key, the range of the answer was given in from 1.80 to 1.90. Our answer, this 1.89, is in between this range, will get full marks. So 2-mark question, there were 2 references available for this numerical answer type question in GATE 2023 as well as in GATE 2014. So as I always suggest, try to solve the numerical answer type question by putting your own values. Try to by heart the conversion from one unit to other unit, and always remember this kind of a conversion factors. Okay. So 2 more marks you could have achieved in this numerical answer type question. Total score till this question 62 would have been 73. Question 63 is again numerical answer type question. The adjacent figure shows the excavation plan of a 2-room structure where the trench has a uniform width of 1.10 meters. If the cumulative center line length of the trench is 41.10 meters and the required depth of concrete to be poured is 0.30 meters, the volume of concrete in foundation in cubic meters will be how much? The information related to this estimation method we have already discussed in one of the previous year question paper, recruitment paper of UPSC-CPWD 2016 at question 50. So the method or the formula to calculate the amount of concrete required or the amount of earth which can be excavated from this in this example was already discussed in UPSC-CPWD 2016. So what was the formula which we have already explained? This particular method is suitable when the walls are of similar cross section. Right? Here you can see in the figure that all the walls, they are of uniform breadth of 1.10 meter. Right? Their depth is also the same. In this method, please carefully see the next part. In this method, the total center line length is multiplied by breadth and depth of the respective item to get the total quantity. You need to just multiply the center line by the breadth and depth to get the quantity of the earth excavation or the amount of concrete required to fill this excavated portion. Next part is very important. When cross walls or partitions or veranda walls, they join with the main wall, the center line length gets reduced by half of the breadth for each junction. So here in the figure you can see that this particular partition wall, it is connecting or it is joining the main wall, right? This is the main wall and it is joining here. There are 2 junctions. this is junction 1, this is junction 2. So what the formula says, when the cross walls or partitions or veranda walls, when they join with the main wall, the center line, it gets reduced by half of breadth for each junction. So just we'll put these values. We have to calculate the quantity of earthwork in excavation or volume of concrete, right? The question could have asked the quantity of earthquake, but a quantity of earthwork. My mistake. I have written the earthquake here. The quantity of earthwork in excavation or volume of concrete which is required in foundation. So the formula will be, as I just explained here, total length of center line, which they have mentioned as 41.10 meter, minus it will get reduced by half of breadth for each junction. Now the breadth they have mentioned as 1.10, it will get reduced 2 times because there are 2 junctions. So just minus 2 into half of breadth into the width of trench into the depth of trench. So here 41.10, it will get reduced by 2 into this uniform breadth they have mentioned as 1.10. So 2 into half of 10, so that means it will be 1.10 into 1.10, that is width of trench, into the depth which they have mentioned as 0.30 meters. So the multiplication will be 40 into 1.10 into 0.30. The final answer will be 13.20. So the exact answer they were expecting in your final answer, and as per the final answer key, 13.2 is the correct one. You will get 2 marks for this question. Total score till this question would have been 70. The second last numerical answer type question of this section B1 is, the decay of sound in an enclosed lecture hall of volume 3500 meter cube is shown in the adjacent figure. The sound source is switched off at point P. At point P, they have switched off the sound source. Using the reverberation time RT60 obtained from the figure, the calculated total sound absorption of the hall in sub-science is how much? Now, first time this kind of graphical question was asked related to this reverberation time. The definition of reverberation time was earlier asked in the question of UPSC MES 2019, the recent recruitment exam at question 77, and ISRO 2015 at question 26. Now, what is the definition of reverberation time? After propagating from the source, the time required for the sound to get reduced by 60 decibels is called as the reverberation time. So here you can see that in the question they have mentioned using the reverberation time RT60, because we generally write the reverberation time as RT60, they have mentioned obtained from the figure the calculated total sound absorption of the hall in sub-science we have to calculate. Now carefully observe in the figure, the sound source is switched off at this point P, and it is getting reduced to 30 decibels, right? On your y-axis, this is the sound pressure level in decibels. It is reduced to 30 decibels from 0.4 seconds to 2 seconds. So that means around 1.6 seconds time was required, or it was taken by that sound to get reduced from 110 decibels to 30 decibels. Right? So you can observe that the sound pressure level, as I said, it is decreased to 30 dB in 2 minus 0.4, that means in 1.6 seconds. So how much is the reduction? 110 minus 30. So that means 80, the sound was decreased by 80 decibels, right? By 80 decibels in 1.6 seconds. So in order to find out the total sound absorption of the hall, we need to first find out what is RT60. So how much time is required to get reduced so that the sound will get reduced by 60 dB, we have to calculate the value of RT60. So in order to get reduced by 60 decibels, the sound should get decreased from 110 to 50, because the difference from 50 to 100 is 60, right? So if you draw the perpendicular line here at 50 decibel, the time in seconds is 1.6 seconds, right? So the difference of 1.6 to 0.4 is 1.2 seconds. So that means this sound is getting reduced by 60 decibels in 1.6 minus 0.4, that means 1 point in 1.2 seconds. So the value of RT, reverberation time, or RT60 here is 1.2 seconds. What is the formula for reverberation time? It is 0.16 into V upon A. V is your volume of that particular enclosure. A is the area in subiance, that is sound absorption area. Here we need to find out the value of A. So value of A will be 0.16 into V upon RT, right? So the value of A will be 0.16 into the value of V. They have already mentioned it as 3500 meter cube. So 0.16 into 3500 divided by, we'll put the value of RT 60 as 1.2. You will get the answer as 466.666. Now in the question, the answer desired is rounded off to the nearest integer. So you can round off this value as 467 and you can put this value in your final answer key. Final answer. As per the final gate answer key, the range was provided between 430 to 510. So your 467, this figure is in between this range, you will get full 2 marks. So very easy question was asked in GATE 2024, and as I said, you just need to put the values in the formula, but for that you must calculate first the value of reverberation time from the graph, right? So I think achieving 2 marks for this particular question 64 was not the difficult one. Total score till this question would have been 77. Again, one more interesting fact here is the All India Rank 1 candidate in GATE 2024, the score of that All India Rank 1 candidate is here, you can see on your screen, was 77, right? So till this question, I think more or less many questions having their references in the previous year question paper or related theory we have already discussed in set 2 of Acoustics guidebook. So achieving 77 marks or the highest marks in GATE 2024 with the help of these 2 books with multiple revisions was not the difficult one according to me. Let's discuss the last question of this of this particular section B1 or part B1 containing the architecture related question. Question 65 is a 2 tonnage of refrigeration. This 2 TR is called as tonnage of refrigeration window air conditioner of energy efficiency ratio EER 3.1 is catering to a room of volume 40 meter cube. The air conditioner is operational for 600 hours during summer on cooling mode. The compressor is also operational for the complete duration. The total energy consumption of the air conditioner during the above mentioned period in kilowatt hours is how much? The similar question is available in set 1 at GATE 2019 at question 50 and GATE 2016 at question 42. You can take this particular, these 2 numerical answer type question and you can try to solve this question 65 on your own. So here, as I said while reading out the problem, question 65, this TR is ton of refrigeration. It is defined as the unit used to measure power. That means the power required to remove the heat of around 1 ton. So it is often used to measure the heat extraction capacity of the refrigeration. So it is also used to measure the heat generation capacity of air conditioning equipment. The conversion factor for this 1 ton of refrigeration you must be aware about this, that 1 ton of refrigeration is equal to 3.5 kilowatt, or it is also equivalent, or it is also equal to 210 kilojoule per minute, right? So please underline this conversion factor and write this in your notes. So here, as per the information given in the question, what is the capacity? It is 2 TR, 2 ton of refrigeration. So we'll convert this into the kilowatt, right? Because the final answer you can see here, it is in terms of kilowatt hour. So we will convert this 2 ton of refrigeration into kilowatt. So as I just said, 1 TR equal to 3.5 kilowatt. So 2 TR will be 2 into 3.5, that means 7 kilowatt. So you can also write it as 7,000 watt. Right? The next thing which they have mentioned is energy efficiency ratio, which is 3.1. What is the definition of this energy efficiency ratio? We have already discussed and explained in GATE 2013 at question 2. It is the ratio of the cooling capacity in BTU. Now BTU stands for British Thermal Units per hour to the power input. Right? The higher the energy efficiency ratio, the more economical the or more star rating the air conditioner will get. Right? So question based on this star rating was also previously asked. It's in one of the previous year question paper. As I just said, the higher the ER rating, the more efficient the conditioner will be. So from the definition and information given, energy efficiency ratio, just we have discussed the definition. It is the cooling capacity in BTU per hour to the power input. So that means it is cooling capacity to the power input, and this ratio, in the ratio they have mentioned in the question as 3.1. The value of ER is mentioned as 3.1. The cooling capacity we have just calculated here. The cooling capacity initially they have mentioned 2 TR. We have converted into the watt, that is 7,000 watt, right? So we can calculate the value of power input. So power input will be 7,000 divided by 3.1. So the value will be 2258 watt. So it will be equal to 2.258 kilowatt, right? We'll divide this figure by 1000. We'll get this figure 2.258 in kilowatt. So the total energy consumption when this air conditioner was operational for 600 hours, you have to just, you can carefully observe here, you need to just multiply this 2.258 kilowatt by the time duration, which is mentioned as 600 hours. You will get the total power consumption for the entire duration of 600 hours. So 2.258 into 600, you will get the value as 1354.8. So by rounding off, you can convert it into 1355 kilowatt hours. So this was the final answer for this particular question. As per the final answer key, the range was provided in between 1350 to 1394. Your answer is in between this range. You will get full 2 marks for this particular question. So total score till your last question 65 of part B1, including your general aptitude section, common and compulsory section, and your first choice based section containing the architecture related question, the total score would have been 79. Onwards, we'll discuss the part B2 containing the planning related question. Similar like the previous part B1, this section part B2 also contains total 16 questions. First 7 questions carry 1 mark each. Remaining 9 questions carry 2 mark each. So total weightage again here is the same as 25 marks. The second choice based question section, and the first question of this part B2 is, which of the following aims is set under the Swamitwa scheme of Ministry of Panchayati Raj, Government of India? By mistake, I have written here it is as MCQ, but instead of mentioning aim or aims, like they are mentioning in for the multiple select question, here they have not mentioned whether it is a MCQ question or it is a multiple select question. But after going through the options given, you can see that there is only one correct answer for this, so it is a multiple choice question. So I have written this MCQ on my own. You will not find this MCQ written in the official GATE answer paper. So let's see what are the options given. For this particular question, you must be aware about what are the key function areas of those particular ministries or the ministries under the government of India, and which work is coming under the purview of that particular ministry. So here first option is provide tap water connection to all households in rural areas. Now this is not the domain, or this is not the key areas, key function areas of Panchayati Raj system. Panchayati Raj system, you must have read in set 1 and set 2, the related questions were earlier asked. The three-tier Panchayati Raj system was developed under the 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act, and right now we have three-tier governance system, right? At the Jila Parishad level, then at the block or taluk level, you have the Nagar Parishad or Panchayat Samiti, and then at your village level, you have the Gram Panchayat. So the first option, provide tap water connection to all households in rural areas. It is not the functional area of Ministry of Panchayat Raj, but it is the key area of Ministry of Jal Shakti, right? So A is not the correct one as per the, because of this Swamitwa scheme is not related to provision of tap water connection. Option B is provide right to work to the people falling below poverty line. So you can analyze that this right to work is related to your Manrega scheme, Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act of 2005. So again, this providing right to work to the people falling below poverty line, it is not the key function area of Ministry of Panchayat Raj. It is the purview of Ministry of Rural Development, right? So B is also not the correct one. Option C is establish clear ownership of property in rural inhabited, that is Abadi areas, by mapping of land parcels using improvised technology. Yes, this is the correct answer for this particular question 66. We'll see what is the long form of this Swamitwa scheme. Option D is provide effective and efficient institutional platforms to enable the rural poor to increase their household income by means of sustainable livelihood enhancement. Now, this is also not the key area of Ministry of Panchayat Raj. Basically, the main role of Ministry of Panchayat Raj, Government of India, is the good governance, or to provide or to facilitate through the central government scheme, in order to improve the governance at the rural level. So D is also not the correct one. So as I said, C is the correct one here. So this Swamitwa scheme, the long form is Survey of Villages, Abadi, and Mapping with Improvised Technology in Village Areas. And this scheme, it was launched in the year 2021, and it was a reformative step towards establishment of clear ownership to whom? To the people who are living in the rural inhabited, that means in the Abadi areas. And what was the main focus? The main focus was to map the land parcels using the drone technology and provide the record of rights to give pattas to those people living in those inhabited areas. And the people, they may be living in those areas for many years, but they don't have clear ownership of that land. So this scheme was particularly focusing of mapping those land parcels and giving the ownership right to those Abadi areas. So the legal ownership cards were issued under this scheme, and this scheme was implemented with the collaborative efforts of Ministry of Panchayat Raj, the State Revenue Department, State Panchayati Raj Department, as well as to the Survey of India, because the drone technology was used in order to map the land parcels. So here option C was the correct one. I assume this question as multiple choice question because only one answer is correct. So total score till this question 66, including your general aptitude, first common and compulsory, and this choice based sections first question, the total score would have been 64. The next question, question 67, is easy. Mass rapid system is which of the following? The options are fixed route and fixed schedule service. I think it is the correct one. Take the example of metro trains or the suburban railways. They follow a fixed route and they have a fixed schedule services. In case the schedule get disturbed, there will be a chaos at stations because many people will start getting saturate at particular stations. May take the example of metro station or the suburban railway stations. So A is the correct one, fixed route and fixed schedule service. B is fixed route and flexible schedule service. No, it is the incorrect one. Option C is flexible route and fixed schedule service. This is also the incorrect one. Option D says flexible route and flexible schedule services. Definitely the incorrect one. So here the only correct option was option A, fixed route and fixed schedule service. Okay. So I think adding 1 mark for this particular question was not difficult one. Total score would have been 65 till question 67. Question 68 is related to your general knowledge about the current updates or the current developments in terms of urban planning or urban development. Question 68 is which of the following initiatives of the Government of India is also known as the National Master Plan for the Multimodal Connectivity? Please highlight this word multimodal connectivity. The options are PM Gati Shakti, Bharatmala, Parvatmala, Sagarmala. Let's see these schemes one by one. As I said, the answer should be related with multimodal connectivity. That means various routes such as trains will be connected, train routes and your expressways, highways, as well as ports will be connected, so that you have the ample lot of options to travel or to send the logistics from one part of the country to other part of the country. So Bharatmala project, this is focusing on the development of economic corridors and inter corridors and feeder routes. So lot of highways have been developed under this Bharatmala scheme. The Suvarna Chatushkon scheme, which is connecting the 4 metro cities, Delhi, Ahmedabad, Mumbai, Kolkata, Chennai. So which was started in the by the government of Honorable PM Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee. So this Bharatmala scheme, it mainly focus on development of highways. Right? So the second option here, so it is not concentrating on multimodal connectivity. The only focus is development of highways or roads. Option C, Parvatmala, here the main focus is developing an efficient transport network in hilly areas by the ways of providing ropeway systems, right? So Parvatmala is also not focusing on multimodal connectivity. You don't have multiple options for the connectivity. D is Sagarmala, and for this Sagarmala, the focus is enhance the performance of the country's logistics sector by unlocking the potential of waterways and the coastline, promoting the port-led development. So Sagarmala's focus is on development of port, or how we can connect the inland waterways and we can use it for the logistic purpose. The only remaining option, the PM Gati Shakti, this scheme is also known as the National Master Plan for Multimodal Connectivity. Now under this scheme, various ministries, maybe the Ministry of Shipping, Ministry of Road and Transport, they are working together, they are working in hand so that they can provide this multimodal connectivity. For example, if at some point a port is being developed, then Ministry of Road will be developing the highways which will connect that port city to the other part of the country. So this PM Gati Shakti scheme, it incorporates the infrastructure schemes of various ministries, state governments, and these schemes which we have just discussed, for example, Bharatmala, Sagarmala, inland waterways, and all these Udan system, Udan scheme, which focus on mm, provision of air connectivity to class B and C cities. So all these schemes together, they are coming under the scheme of PM Gati Shakti. So this initiative, the correct answer was option A for this question 68. 1 mark question, very easy to answer, but for this you must be aware about the current updates or the current developments in terms of urban development or urban planning. So 1 more mark you could have added here. So total score till this question 68 would have been 66. Question 69. With reference to the adjacent speed density diagram, which of the following statement is or are correct? It is a multiple select question. This diagram was provided in your question paper. Option A says point P represents maximum flow. B says point P represents jam density. Point C says point Q represents space mean speed for free flow condition. Point Q represents time mean speed. Now the related information was readily available, and we have discussed this in GATE 2019 at question 44, as well as we have discussed this in GATE 2013 at question 29. You can refer these two particular question papers in set 1 for more information about the terminologies mentioned in the question. For example, jam density, space mean speed, free flow condition, etc. So you can observe in the graph given that at point P, the speed which is mentioned in on y-axis, the speed is 0, though the density is maximum, speed is 0. Point option A says point P represents maximum flow. The speed is 0, though the density is highest, the speed is 0, so point P, it is not representing maximum flow, right? So when I'm just reading out the information which was provided in the previous year question paper, the flow and the density vary with time and location, right? Take the example of any metro city. In the morning time, there will be a maximum flow of vehicles from your residential area to the business area. At that time, maybe the density will be higher. In the afternoon time, when the traffic reduces, the flow will decrease as well as the density will also decrease, right? The flow will increase because there is a less number of traffic will be there on the highways. So density will decrease and the flow or the speed of the vehicle will increase. And this relation, it is represented by flow density curve, which is mentioned in this adjacent figure. The characteristics of this curve are when the density is 0, right? You can also focus here. When the density is 0, flow will also be 0, right? So at this speed, when the density is 0, that means there are no vehicles on the road. So that means flow is also 0. When the number of vehicle gradually increases, the number of vehicle, that means the density is increases. When the number of vehicle increases, the density as well as the flow will increase, right? Density also increases and flow also increases. The third one, when more and more vehicles are added, it reaches a situation where vehicles can't move, which is the situation at here. More and more vehicles getting added for those particular stretch of highway, and there will be a situation when vehicles will come to stop. Vehicles will not move. So this point is called as the jam density, right? So this is referred to as the jam density or the maximum density. So here in this figure particular, this point C, it shows flow is 0 because here on y-axis you have the speed mentioned in kilometer per hour. The density is maximum, but the flow will be 0 because vehicles are not moving at all. The next thing is there will be some density between 0 density and jam density, right? And when the flow is maximum, that means at this peak point, right, at B, the flow is maximum, which is at point B. Beyond this point, if the density increases, beyond this point, if the density increases, then your flow will also decrease. Even though the density will increase, the flow will decrease, and it will reach at some point when the situation is total traffic jam, right? So this relationship is normally represented by this parabolic curve shown in this figure. So the question related to this figure was previously asked in GATE 2013 at question 29. The slope of line DE in the above figure, it will give the speed of shock wave. Right? So the related information was available. So point option A is the incorrect one. That in option A they have mentioned that point P represents maximum flow. It is the incorrect one. Second option, point B represents jam density. Yes, we have just discussed. Point P correctly shows the jam density. Option C is point Q represents space mean speed for free flow condition. Now, what is space mean speed? Focus on this word space. Now, if you take a particular stretch of highway from point A to B, you are considering a particular space, right? So, whatever the average speed of the vehicle in that particular stretch, it will be called as a space mean speed. In the other term is the time mean speed. Now, in time mean speed, you are not considering a particular space. You are considering a particular duration of time. For example, take if you are doing the traffic survey in the morning, let's take the example that you are between 9 to 10, what was the average speed of the vehicles, right? So that represents your time mean speed. So here option C says point Q represents space mean speed for free flow condition. Now here Q, the flow is maximum, right? And the density is mentioned in terms of vehicle per kilometer. So this density here they have considered a space, particular space. So this point represents space mean speed for free flow condition is the correct one. Now instead of mentioning the density in vehicles per kilometer, if they have mentioned density in terms of vehicles per hour, then this would have been the time mean speed, right? So option C is the correct one. Point Q correctly represents the space mean speed for the free flow condition, and the option D, as I said, the if the density was mentioned in terms of vehicles per hour, then point Q would have represent the time mean speed. So option D is the incorrect one. So for this multiple select question, option B and C would be the correct answer. The related information was available in both the question paper of GATE 2019 as well as GATE 2013. So I think achieving or adding 1 mark in this particular question was not the difficult one, but for that you must understand the concept thoroughly and then try to answer this question in your GATE paper. So total score till this question 69 would have been 67. The next question, question 70, which of the following statements correctly represent or represents the demographic dividend of a country? It is a multiple select question. Option A, the share of working age population is larger than dependent population. The share of working age population is lesser than dependent population. Demographic dividend demands more job creation. Demographic dividend can never lead to a demographic disaster. Now, when the dividend is provided, a general knowledge, when there is a profit, then you will distribute the dividend among your shareholders. So simply apply this kind of a logic for answering this question. Now, what is demographic dividend? It refers to an economy's growth resulting from a shift in the age structure. There is a large population which is belonging to the younger age group, right? So what are the reasons? The increasing life expectancy, declining child mortality and declining fertility, and this transform the structure of the population. There will be more younger population or more working population than the dependent population. In this situation, working age population expands to exceed the number of very young and very old population, right? So, but for that reason, if this large population of young people is healthy, educated, and empowered, they should be employed in decent work so that they can boost economic growth. In case they are not provided jobs, it will lead again to disaster, right? So These two sentences are enough to answer the correct options from the four given options. The first one is the share of working age population is larger than dependent population. Yes, first option is the correct one. B is the share of working age population is lesser than dependent population. Exactly inverse statement, option B is, so it is the incorrect one. C option is demographic dividend demands more job creation. Yes, because the working age population is more than the dependent population, it continuously demands more job creation. Option D says demographic dividend can never lead to a demographic disaster. We cannot say this with a, now this demographic dividend can never lead to demographic disaster. Yes, because there are more working age population is present, it will never lead to demographic disaster unless and until you are creating the jobs for this, for those working age population. So that means you cannot say with surety that it will never lead to a demographic disaster. In case there are in case there is no job creation for this working age population, it may lead to the demographic disaster. So option D is the incorrect one. So here option A and C are the only correct options for question 70. So one more mark you could have added, total score would have been 68. Question 71 is, as per URDPFI guidelines 2015, choose the option or options which indicate or indicates the appropriate hierarchy of plans from higher to lower order. Options are perspective plan, then development plan, local area plan, development plan, special purpose plan, annual plan. We need to find out the decreasing order, or from the order from higher to the lower order. The similar question was there, and which was earlier asked and explained two times in GATE 2020, my mistake. In GATE 2020 at question 5, the similar question was previously asked and explained, and it was also explained in GATE 2004 at question 44. You can check these two particular year previous year question papers. The question 44, as you can read on your screen, the most appropriate hierarchical sequence of plan is, here the correct option was option C, perspective plan. It is the document which is focusing on, it is a long-term document having the total time frame of 20 to 30 years, focusing on the socio-economic development policies, strategies and programs towards the intended development of the state. So perspective plan is for the entire state. Then it is followed by the regional plan. Regional plan may be comprising of the metropolitan city and the areas around that metropolitan city, or any other region identified by the planning department of that particular state is also called as the regional plan. Followed by the master plan. Master plan is particularly for that metropolitan city, and followed by the action plan. Action plan, it contains the details of new and ongoing projects that the local authority intends to implement during each financial year. So the time frame is only 1 to 2 years. So here you can compare the question 71 of GATE 2024. Perspective plan is having the higher order, or it is the time frame is more, the area of focus is more than the area of focus of the development plan. So perspective plan followed by the development plan, and then local area plan focusing on a smaller area. This order is the correct one from the higher to lower order. Option B is development plan, then special purpose plan and annual plan. So as per the URDPFI guideline, the urban and regional planning system, it has been divided into two heads. What are the two heads? First one is the core area planning, and second is the specific and investment planning. Now in core area planning, they have divided, as I just explained, the first is the long-term perspective plan with a total time frame of 20 to 30 years, followed by the long-term regional plan. It is for the regional resources development for the district or for the metropolitan city and the area around it. Then it is followed by the development plan. Now it is for the particular urban area and the peri-urban area around a city. Then last one is the short-term rolling local area plan within the framework of development plan. So local area plan will be a there will be many local area plans in those development plan. So option B is also the correct one. Development plan is the larger document, then your special purpose plan, and then your annual plan. Special purpose plan is related to some special areas. Let's take for example, if there is some kind of a hilly area is available, then the kind of a development for that hilly areas will be, the norms will be different. So yeah, in short, you can call it as a special purpose plan for that particular area, or maybe there is a proposed industrial development in particular area, so you can call it as a special purpose plan. Or in general you can observe that nowadays there are special purpose vehicle bodies are being developed, so that they will particularly focus on one particular sector for the development. So this special purpose plan is the next document after the development plan, followed by the annual plan, where the time frame is only 1 to 2 years. Option C says local area plan is in having the higher order than the development plan than the annual plan. So local area plan cannot be the bigger document. So option C is the incorrect one. C is special purpose plan is greater than the perspective plan, and it is greater than the local area plan. So as compared to option A, you can see that the perspective plan time frame is 20 to 30 years, wherein the special purpose plan is a part of your development plan. So option D is also the incorrect one. So here the correct options will be option A and B. So you could have added one more mark for this question. Total score till this question could have been 69. Question 72, numerical answer type question without any negative marking. In 2021, a city survey report revealed a sex ratio of 930 with an estimated increase of 2.16% over the next 20 years. In 2041, the total population of the city is projected to be 15 lakhs. The estimated female population in the year 2041 will be how much in integer? We'll write down the information in the stepwise manner. As per the information given, sex ratio of the city in 2021 is 930 female per 1000 male. Right? The second thing is the estimated increase in sex ratio is 2.16% over next 20 years. So the sex ratio in 2041 will be 930 plus 2.16% increase of this 930. So it will be total 930 plus 2.16% of 930 female per 1000 male. So the value will be 950 female per 1000 male, and this will be in the year 2041. Right? So in other words, we can say that in the year 2041, there will be 950 female population out of total 1950. Simply the addition of this 1000 and 950, that will be total population. So among 1950, the female population will be 950. Now what they are asking, the total population of the city is projected to be 15 lakh. So if there will be 950 female population per total population of 1950, we have to just cross multiply and we have to calculate how much population will be there in total 15 lakh population. Right? So in 2041, out of projected 15 lakh population, the female population will be 15 lakh into 950 divided by 1950. So the value will be 7,30,770. This was the final answer expected in your final answer. So the range of the answer given as per the final gate answer key is 7,30,500 to 7,31,200. You can see that your answer is exactly in between this range. You will get full marks for this question. 1 mark question, very easy to solve. Just try to understand The sex ratio it means that 930 female population per 1000 male population. Okay. Now onwards, from question 73 onwards, the last 9 questions, they carry 2 marks each, negative marking of 2/3 in case if it is a multiple choice question and you have marked the wrong answer. No negative marking for multiple select question and the numerical answer type question. Question 73, match the items in group 1 with their descriptions in group 2. Group 1 at P, they have mentioned landfill site, Q, greenfield development, R, greenbelt, S, brownfield development. What is the meaning or what is the description for this particular term? You can see in group 2, they have mentioned development on previously developed site, land to dispose solid waste. I think it is the easy pair to match with the P, right? So P2 is the correct one. C, development on previously undeveloped land. That means the land is totally barren land. Fourth one is policy to protect livestock. Option the serial number 5, the description mentioned in group 2 is a buffer to control urban development. As I said, the first pair you can match is the landfill site is the correct description is land to dispose the solid waste. So P2 is the correct one, and R, that means green belt, it is some kind of a buffer is provided in between two different land use. For example, there is an industrial land use and adjoining that there is a residential area, then you need to provide some kind of a buffer in between, so that in case of any mishap, in case of any accident in the industrial zone, it will not directly affect the residential areas, as well as due to pollution, there will be no negative impact on the residential areas adjoining the industrial area. So S5 is the sorry, my mistake, R5 is the next correct pair. So you can see in the options, only option C shows P2 and R5 as the correct one, right? So you can select option C as the correct one for this multiple choice question. So total score plus 2 marks you could have added here. So total score till this question would have been 72. Question 74, match the following illustrations in group 1 with their corresponding concepts in group 2. Various sketches, 4 sketches are mentioned in group 1 and we have to match with these sketches with the correct concept shown in group 2. You can see in P, they have shown one section XY, and in plan they have mentioned the transit corridors. So we have already discussed this concept. It is of the transit oriented development, wherein the development authorities focus more high density high rise development along the transit corridors. So P3 is your correct option. You can observe in the options, 4 options given, only A and B gives this first correct pair, P3, right? So the question related to this transit oriented development, it was earlier asked and explained in GATE 2018 at question 36, GATE 2016 at question 5, GATE 2015 question 32, as well as it was asked in the recruitment exam of UPSC-CPWD 2016 at question 82. So as I said, out of 4 given options, options C and D are incorrect. We have to choose the final correct option either from option A or option B. The second concept also we have discussed in one of the previous year question paper of GATE 2011 question 12 and GATE 2009 question 47, GATE 2005 question 70. Now, what is the concept? This concept is related to the transferable development rights. For example, you can see in the illustration, they have mentioned that at location A, this is the actual built up area, but you are left with some kind of a allowable FAR. You are not able to construct the building and within the total allowable limit of FAR. Now, in that situation, you can actually transfer this remaining FAR to some other location. This concept is known as the transferable development rights. Right? So Q4 is the next correct pair for this question. So you can see in the option, only option A shows this correct pair as Q4. Right? Option B is also the incorrect one. In the remaining R concept or the illustration at R, it shows the figure ground relationship. The question related to this concept was also earlier asked. So I think the earlier two pairs are enough to select the right option as option A. And you can also discuss, or also you can go through the illustration at C. It is your town planning scheme. The original plot distribution, they are not in particular shape. They are uh, the plots are in the random shape. So the development authorities, they pull the land, they divide the plots in a particular manner, they develop the roads, and again give back the original plots to the original landowner in the in in the proportions owned by them. They also develop some common facilities like parks, commercial areas, etc. So this concept is known as the town planning scheme. So S2 is the correct one, which is already given in option A, which we have already locked as our final answer. So 2 marks question, easy to answer this. So you could have added 2 more marks for this, and the total score would have been 74, adding the 2 marks from the earlier one. Question 75, again it was one of the easiest question. Match the following planning theories concepts in group 1 with their corresponding proponents in group 2. I always suggest this strategy, that always prepare these notes, that which concept is given by which proponent, and you can just go through the illustration regarding that concept. Now in group 1 they have mentioned valley section, third place theory, defensible space, Desakota model. In group 2 they have mentioned the proponents. Now there were no references related to the concept mentioned at P, that is valley section, concept mentioned in Q, that is third place theory, concept mentioned at R, that is Desakota model. But here the references related to the concept mentioned at R, that is defensible space, which is given by Oscar Newman, which is mentioned at 2, were available in one of the previous year question paper, as well as we have discussed the theory related to that. So you can observe in the options given that the pair which I just discussed, this R2 is the correct one. You are aware about this correct pair because there were multiple references. You have read this theory. You can check in the options A, B, C, and D. There is only one option. Option A shows this correct pair R2. So I think this one pair is sufficient here to for you to decide that option A is only the correct one. Even if you are not aware about the other concepts, this one pair would have helped you to select your final option as option A. So you can go through the other concepts by doing the Google search. I have already discussed this defensible space theory in the one of the this previous year questions. GATE 2013 question 40. The related question was there in GATE 2013 question 40. GATE 2006 question 42. UPSC-CPWD 2016 question 110. So you can go through the other theories and read about the proponents and what is the theory talking about. So 2 mark question, and total score till this question would have been 76. The next question is related to the traffic planning or traffic survey methods. Which of the following methods is or are used in traffic survey to measure the running speed and journey speed? Now, what is running speed? Running speed, the question related to this running speed was previously asked in your common and compulsory section. Running speed is your spot speed. It is particularly measured by the observer who is standing next to you, and for example, take the example of speed guns. These speed guns or ionoscope, they measure your running speed or spot speed. Similarly, what is journey speed? Journey speed is defined as, for example, you have started your journey from point A and you have completed it at point B. You may have taken few halts between A and B. So, for example, if you started at some time at 9 o'clock, you have completed at 12 o'clock, the distance is 120. So, you have completed 120-kilometer journey in 3 hours. So, your journey speed is 40 kilometer per hour, right? Now, the question says which of the following method is or are used in traffic survey to measure the running speed and journey speed. First one is the moving observer method. Here, the observer is not steady. You can check the running speed by 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 moving the observer from point A to point B. And as I just explained in journey speed, to calculate the journey speed, you actually need to move the observer from A to B. Otherwise, there can be two different observers. The observer A is taking the time and he is registering the details of the vehicle at point A, and some other observer at point B. Second, registration number method. As I just said, you can note down the registration number of the vehicle for calculating the journey speed. C is the elevated observer method. Now, this elevated observer method is nothing but the speed cameras which are fixed at some particular locations in highways, and they will calculate, or they will spot the spot speed of the vehicle. The D is the Hardy cross method. Now, this is the incorrect one, and because this Hardy cross method, it is used in the design of water distribution network, and the question related to this was earlier asked and explained in GATE 2017 at question 43. So, all the three methods A, B and C, they are used for the to measure the running speed and journey speed, whereas Hardy cross method, it is not related to your traffic survey or to measure the running speed and journey speed. So, A, B and C are the correct one, because this question was multiple select question. The A, B, C are the correct option. Total score till this question 76 would have been 78. So again, I would like to compare this score with the All India rank candidate 1. The score was 77. Till this question 76, you have achieved 1 more marks than the All India rank 1 candidate. So the references related to this, even the planning questions, were available in set 1 and set 2 of Acoustics Guidebook. Let's discuss the next question, 77. Again, it was easy. If you are a planning student, I think answering this question was not the difficult one. In the context of regional planning, which of the following terms represent or represents a region? Whenever there is a S shown in the bracket, it is a multiple select question. The options are formal, functional, isometric and planning. Now, I think it is easy to solve formal, functional and planning. The planning bodies, they generally divide the your areas in formal region, functional region or a planning region. So isometric is not the correct one in the context of regional planning. So option C is the incorrect one. And the question related to the terms mentioned at A and D was previously asked and explained in GATE 2008 at question 49. You can see the question of GATE 2008 question 49. Formal regions and functional regions are determined respectively by their natural resources, physiography and economic linkages. So formal region is defined by the common natural resources as well as the common physiography, wherein functional region is determined by the economic linkages. For example, if some area is engaged in some similar kind of economic activity, then you will togetherly call that region as a functional region. Similarly, the formal region is defined by the similar natural resources and the similar geography or a physiography. So here for question 77, E and B are the correct one, and similarly you can define the region based on the planning boundary of that region. For example, if there is some development authorities there for a particular metropolitan area, they have a defined planning boundary the area inside that planning boundary will come under the purview of planning of that respective planning authority. So in the context of regional planning, formal, functional and planning region, it correctly represents the region. So here option A, B and D is the, or these three are the correct options in this multiple select question. So 2 more marks you could have added here. So total score would have been 80. Question 78, in a one-way single lane traffic stream, the observed average time headway is 2.5 seconds. The traffic flow of the above mentioned lane in vehicle per hour is how much? The related theory or the related question we have already discussed in GATE 2008 at question 61. You can check this particular question. You will observe that we have already discussed the relation between the time headway, which is denoted by H, and flow, which is denoted by Q in a traffic stream. What is the relation? It is represented as H equal to 1 upon Q. There is an inverse relation between the time headway and the flow. So just look at what is the value given, or just discuss the question, this 61. The question was exactly related to the relation between, or the, what is the definition? The relationship between headway and flow in a traffic stream is represented by. So if you have carefully done the revision of the previous year question paper, I think you are aware about this formula. So you need to just put the values in this formula, H equal to 1 by Q. The value for the time headway is mentioned in question 78. You just need to put the value, but just observe that here they have mentioned the time headway in seconds and they are asking the traffic flow in vehicle per hour. So you need to convert the 2.5 seconds in hour and then calculate the value of Q. So here, as I just said, as per the information, time headway they have mentioned in 2.5 seconds, which is so traffic flow, it will be inverse value of this 2.5 seconds. You can convert this 2.5 seconds in the first step into hours, and then also you can calculate the value of Q. I have just keep the value of H as it is in the seconds. The traffic flow Q will be inverse like of this 1 by my mistake. Traffic flow Q will be 1 upon 2.5, which will be 0.4 vehicles per second, right? So the answer desired is in terms of vehicle per hour. So 0.5 vehicles per second, which will be 0.4 into 60, right? So it will be 1440 vehicles per hour. You can convert this 0.4 vehicles per second into number of vehicles per hour. So the final answer as per the answer key was exactly given as 1440. I think there was no different conversion and the answer desired was exactly 1440. So 2 mark question, very easy to answer. Just you need to put the value in this formula, which you are already aware about from the previous year question paper. So total marks till this 78 question would have been 82. Question 79, the demand of a EcoCity theme park is estimated as P equal to 1500 minus 7.5 cube, where P in Indian rupees is the price of a ticket for a single entry and Q in integer is the number of tickets sold per hour. The maximum revenue per hour along the demand curve in Indian rupees is how much? Let's focus on this first equation, which is given as price is equal to 1500 minus 7.5 cube. Now this is the price function. This is generally called as a price function. Now what is price function? In economy, in a general condition, let's assume that you are a manufacturer or you are a seller. Now in case if you are selling some XYZ product, if the demand is increasing, in order to earn the maximum revenue, you can reduce its price. So similarly, it is the same thing is mentioned here. Let's take the example. For example, here P is some value, imaginary value. Q is the number of tickets sold. So your price of the per ticket is directly depending upon what is the total demand. What is the demand? If this demand is increasing, your P value will decrease. So the price will decrease. Similarly, if the demand decreases, this Q value get reduced, your price will increase. So here the price function we will just write down in equation 1 as P equal to 1500 minus 7.5 Q. What is revenue? Revenue is equal to the price of ticket into number of tickets sold per hour, right? So here if you put the value as per the equation given, the revenue will be P, that means the value of per ticket, into Q, that is number of tickets sold per hour. So here we are aware about the value of P. The relation is given, which is 1500 minus 7.5 Q. If we'll put this value of P as 1500 minus 7.5 Q into Q, this will give you the revenue function. This revenue function Q will be 1500 Q minus 7.5 Q square. Now to calculate the maximum revenue, you need to calculate the revenue function, right? So this is the revenue function, and in order to calculate the maximum revenue, you have to use the derivative function. So derivative gives you the rate of change of that function. So the derivative value of this will give you the rate of change of this function. That what is the actual relation between the number of tickets sold per hour to the price of that ticket. So here the derivative of function of this revenue, it will be 1500 minus 15Q. 1500, the derivative of 1500Q will be 1500, 7.5 Q square will be minus this minus 15Q, 7.5 into 2, it will be minus 15Q. So as I just said, when the derivative is 0, you can earn the maximum revenue. So that means this R dash Q, if you put the value of this R dash Q at 0, you will get the maximum revenue. So just put this value R dash Q as 0, you will get, the equation will be 0 equal to 1500 minus 15Q. So by solving this, you will get the value of Q as this 1500Q, my mistake, 15Q will be 1500, right? So Q will be 100. So what is Q? Q is the maximum ticket sale per hour. If you simply put this value of Q in this function, so if you are selling 100 tickets per hour, you will get the value of P. So that means what will be the value of single entry ticket? So if you put this value of Q here, it will be 1500 minus 750. That means if 100 tickets are getting sold per hour, you can keep your price as 750 rupees. But here we have to identify what is the maximum revenue, right? So you can put this value of 100 in your equation 2, because here we have just written revenue equal to ticket of single ticket, price of single ticket into number of tickets sold per hour. So here if you put the value of Q as 100, we will get the total revenue, which will be 75,000, right? So this was the final answer expected in your final answer. So 2-mark question this was, but as I said, the question related to this maximum revenue function was not previously asked. If you are aware about this derivative function and the related terms, so you at that time you could have solved this question 79. So let's discuss the next question, question 80. Labor supply and urban growth are represented in X and Y axis of the adjacent figure. On X axis, they have mentioned the labor supply. On Y axis, they have represented the urban growth. Curve OP, this curve OP, it represents the relationship between labor supply and urban growth. The ratios A to A dash, and B to B dash is 1:1.2. By mistake, I have there is some correction required here. It is please read it as 1:1.2 and 3:1.2. So this value is 1, this value is 1.2. If this value is 3, this value is 1.2 respectively. In the question they are asking if 6 units of labor is supplied in B. Here they are supplying 6 units of labor is supplied in B. Then the number of units of urban growth in B So we have to calculate the value of B dash. The number of units of urban growth in B dash will be how much? I think it was one of the easy question, but little bit tricky. Just this thing. As per the information given, the ratio of labor supply to urban growth. Labor supply to urban growth. If you take the information from the question, it is 3 is to 1.2, right? It is 3 is to 1.2 labor supply to urban growth. So if 6 units of labor are supplied in B here, if 6 units are supplied, then B dash will be simply the double figure of this 1.2. So it will be 2.4. So the final answer was 2.4. One of the easy question. So total score till this question 80 would have been 84. Question 81 is, a city with a present population of 1,75,000 is expecting an annual population growth rate of 0.85%. In a traffic assessment study, the trip generation model has been developed as y equal to 142 plus 0.675x, where y denotes the number of daily trips generated within the city and x is the population of the city. The number of daily trips to be generated within a city after 10 years is how much? Now there are two parts. First thing, you need to calculate the population of the city after 10 years, and then you need to put the value here in this equation, which is y equal to 142 plus 0.675x. Right? Let's solve this question one by one. So the similar question was there in GATE 2006 at question 83A. You can check this particular question. Try to solve this question on your own. I think you must be able to answer this question, or you must be able to solve this numerical answer type question of GATE 2024 very easily. The first thing they have mentioned is the present population, which is 1,75,000, and they are expecting the annual population growth rate is 0.85%. Right? We'll just write down the value as it is. The present population 1,75,000, growth rate is 0.85% per annum. They are asking the future population after 10 years. So what is the formula to calculate the future population when the annual rate is mentioned? The future population PF equal to PN. PN is the present population multiplied by 1 plus R. R is the rate of increase per annum raised to N. N denotes the number of year gap. Right? If you put down the value here in this, so P10, F is, we need to calculate the population after 10 years. So it will be P present into bracket 1 plus the rate. We have to calculate this 0.85, it is in percent. So it will be 0.0085. Don't get confused in this. So 1 plus 0.0085 bracket raised to 10. Okay. So you can use your calculator and you can find out the value. It will be 1,75,000 plus 1.0085 bracket raised to 10. So the value will be 1,90,575. So the population of the city after 10 years, which is the value x, right? We have to use this population after 10 years in this particular equation to find out the total number of daily trips generated. So we just will put this value 1,90,575 in this function. We'll get y equal to, that means the number of daily trips generated, we will get 142 plus 0.675 into 1,90,575. So the value you will get will be 1,28,780. As per the final answer key, the range of answer was provided in between 1,28,500 to 1,28,800. So this answer 1,28,780 is in between this range. You will get full 2 marks for this question. So total score till this last question of GATE 2024 would have been 86 if you have solved the common and compulsory first general aptitude section, then part A, which is again common and compulsory for both architecture and planning students, and then your choice based section of B2 containing the planning related question. So this was the last question of GATE 2024. So if you go back and again check in this table which we have discussed in the beginning, you can see that most of the questions of GATE 2024 Architecture and Planning question paper, they have been covered in your previous year question paper set 1 of Architects Guidebook, or the theory was available readily in set 2 of Architects Guidebook. So here, as I first said, achieving 66 marks excluding your general aptitude score by selecting the common and compulsory part A, then part B1, achieving 66 marks was not the difficult one. Similarly, if you are a planning candidate, achieving 70 marks was not the difficult one. But for that, you need thorough and sincere multiple revisions of both set 1 and set 2 of Architects Guidebook. So I hope you have enjoyed this video and you have tried to solve the entire question paper of GATE 2024 along with me. If you think that this video has helped you, do consider referring both the guidebooks if you are preparing for the upcoming year 2025 GATE Architecture and Planning exam, or if you are thinking to appear for the other recruitment exam as well. So at the end, I would just request you to share your feedback in the comment box section. Share this video with your friends if they are preparing for GATE and other recruitment exam, and please give your valuable feedback in the comment box section. So thank you so much for watching this video till the end. In the next part, we are going to discuss about the recent recruitment exam paper of UPSC-CPWD 2023, which was conducted for the recruitment of assistant architects in CPWD department. So don't forget to subscribe to the channel so that you will get the update as and when the next lecture will be uploaded, right? Thank you again for watching this video till the end. Take care. All the best.